All right. Well, we are now on episode 4 of our journey to Alderaan. I will just start off by summarizing the events that happened during our last session of our Star Wars Edge of the Empire campaign. We did find our intrepid players here on the planet of Coruscant, where they all paid a visit to the senatorial building at the heart of pretty much the Republic's power base. There, they met with a representative from the Organa political family, as well as a general. And they were pretty much given a mission details to head to, again, the planet of Alderaan. That's the whole episode here. They will be going there to hopefully simmer the political tinderbox that is Alderaan during this time frame. You have a queen on Alderaan that is sick. You have a crowned prince that is fighting to maintain control of Pantir's grasp of the kingdom's keys. And then you have the houses. You have Organa, obviously, in one corner. And then you have House Ulgo in the other, as well as a returning house to Alderaan's family houses, House Thull. And then amidst those other houses is a minor house known as House Wrist, which, if you've ever played Tor, you know they're the House of Assassins. They're there. Suseel and HX have been assigned to go and meet with the political parties at a delegation where they are hoping to succeed. HX was given a mission to secure information, which will be given a little bit more detail during the beginning of this event. Meanwhile, while they were doing that, or while they're going to be doing that, you're going to have Carek, Ni-Ella, and Oola. They've been asked to go handle another delicate situation. They will be going to go investigate ruins on Alderaan, that were once obviously Jedi ruins, but it was a listening outpost. And Carek, while Oola and Ni-Ella were given information regarding their particular assignment, Carek was given an alternative assignment while he was visiting the temple. So he was doing that behind the scenes because Carek had to work that evening, so he was unfortunately had to miss it. But I did give him some details behind the scenes, and he'll either share those details or not with his fellow crewmates. And that's pretty much where we're starting, is them on the ship. During the lapse of time between sessions and after their shopping spree, they boarded the Jedi consular vessel. And here on the vessel, Suseel, Oola, Ni-Ella, HX, and Carek are now on board. And that's where we're going to start. We're going to ask each of them just to describe where they are on the ship. Just keep in mind the ship has a lounge. It's got a small medical facility right off the lounge. It's also got a sleeping quarters. And down a flight of stairs, there's the engineering bay. And then on the same level as the lounge, there's the cockpit. Cockpit can sit 4 people comfortably, so it's a little bit of an upgrade from your last ship, which was just a stolen freighter. This one is more built for more comfort. It does have a few extra turrets as well. It's got 2 forward turrets, so it's a little better defended too. So this is like you guys got upgraded to like a 4-star hotel from I don't know, some bungalow in the backwaters. But we'll start with you guys. Where are you on the ship, and what are you doing to prepare for this journey? Remember, you guys have been assigned a Republic pilot, and he's probably already in the process of charting a course with his co-pilot. So he actually has a co-pilot as well, and they're about to hyperspace to Alderaan.
I will hop into one of the other unoccupied pilot seats. Well, cabin seats, should I say. And start digging into the mission and just trying to break it down.
Oola's going to seek out Carek. So wherever he is where she's going to be. And hopefully she and Ni-Ella and Carek will sit down and talk about what they have coming up, since somebody else is piloting for a change.
Carek will be in his quarters that he's kind of set up in the ship there. Just a bunk, an area that he's sitting on, doing his usual meditating his lightsaber forms.
I believe we were told that we'd have something to change into on the ship, so Ni-Ella would be changing into whatever attire had been assigned for her and freshening up, and then she would go looking for Oola to see where she's at and talk to her, hopefully.
Yeah, in the sleeping quarters on each of the bunks, there's that small little box. There's a box for each of you. It is appropriately, each box has an appropriate label on it that has your names on it. Kind of, you can describe what you're throwing on. Just think of it in terms of more adventure themed, especially for you, Oola, Ni-Ella, and Carek. They even did supply clothing for the Jedi because the Jedi need to somewhat be discreet. And then they didn't supply anything for Suseel because Suseel bought a fantastic brand new outfit. She even got a manicure and a facial. Well, she got whole works. So she did.
Yep.
HX shows up with. HX also shows up with a new look. He's got a black sash that runs across his chest, and it's just brimming with technology.
Okay. And
Techno sash.
what did you say you're doing in the beginning there, HX? I apologize, I missed that.
Jumping in one of the seats in the cockpit and start trying to dig through and figure out exactly what mission everybody has. Break it down, try to make a like a pre-mission brief, essentially.
Okay. So you're just deciphering what was discussed with you guys as a group?
Yeah, pretty much, and then just breaking it down into the basics of, main mission, off mission,
Sure.
whatever they need.
Sure. Yeah, you know that you and Suseel are going to be meeting with a representative of the Organas on Alderaan, and then more details about your mission are going to be given there. You know that you two are assigned together. At least that's how the discussion went. And then Oola, Ni-Ella, and Carek, you recall that they're going to be heading to the Jedi Listening Post, ruined Listening Post. And they're going to pretty much depart almost immediately upon landing. You know that they're going to be trying to get information regarding potential involvement of House Ulgo, House Thal, or House Rist, or a combination of one, two, or all three of them working in tandem to specifically take out the crowned leadership of Alderaan. Unfortunately, Carek's part of the mission isn't digitally formatted, and his was literally given to him in a verbal context, so there's no way for you to know what Carek was assigned. But you do know at least he was assigned to go along with Ni-Ella and Oola.
Project.
And then you guys can go ahead and play out your scenes, and then when you're done, we'll fast forward the scenery.
So Ni-Ella's putting on some very practical clothing because they'll be out in the wilds, not in the diplomatic space, tramping through ruins. So she's got some good sturdy shoes, kind of like hiking boots, and some pants, like a brownish color, and like a shortish tunic as well that goes over it that has her rank on it. But over it, she has a robe, not a robe, a cape, like a really long one with a hood that she can pull up. And of course, she's going to bring all her supplies with her. So she's kind of sorting through all those and making sure that she doesn't forget anything and she only has what she needs. So she's not over encumbered either.
Oola, excuse me, she forgot about changing. So, but she was more anxious to see her friend that she hadn't seen for a little bit. So she's knocking on Carek's door to his bunk room to check on him, see how he's doing.
Carek will kind of open up the door there as he does. He's already dressed in the provided clothing, which is less robe-like than standard Jedi clothing. It does still have a bit of a over kind of poncho type of top to it, and then beneath that is where he has his lightsaber clipped, so it's still with him, but it is not visible like it would be on regular Jedi robes, kind of hidden beneath it. He sits back down on his bunk there after opening the door for Oola to come in.
Hey, it's been a while. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Yeah, we've had a busy while.
You must have. Anything you get to share with me? I know that you had some of your own stuff going on, and it's been a while. So, what's up?
Kind of stops and looks a bit over at the door as if kind of expecting it to open again or trying to think if there's anybody on the other side, and then kind of moves a little closer to Oola and says, well, we're going to that Jedi Listening Post, right?
Mm-hmm. The ruins of it, from what I understand.
I've been given an additional task while we're there. Strictly Jedi business. Understand?
I understand. Anything I can help with?
I'll let you know in the moment, but I think right now it's best I keep this close to the chest.
I understand. I don't like it, but understand. We're taking Ni-Ella with us. Remember Ni-Ella, right?
Yep, that's what I mean. Strictly Jedi business.
Gotcha. Well, I'm looking forward to it. We haven't worked together for a while.
It used to be a Jedi listening post. What could go wrong?
Oola just looks at Carek with one of those, you have got to be kidding me looks. If it can go wrong, it will. You know that.
Hopefully, our luck has changed.
Force willing. But, oh, are those the clothes that you were given? I wonder what I've got. Her brain is going a mile a minute in different directions. She's not
Yes,
good at small talk.
it's not very comfortable.
Doesn't look it, but I suppose I should probably get into my own as well. But I wanted to check on you first before I did anything else. You've been missed.
It's good to see you again.
She's gonna hop out and go to her bunk room and start looking at the clothing that they gave her. which isn't going to be a whole lot different than what she normally wears, other than like with Carek, the instead of a robe with a hood, it's going to be more like a poncho. And for her, she'll have to hook her lightsaber slightly different for it to be covered up, but she makes sure that it is. She's got her regular boots on, and the pants they provided were a little more baggy than what she's used to wearing. So they're kind of she tries to get a little bit used to those while she cinches up the waist, and the top being just a normal tunic. So she just wears her normal one, and that's in like a beige color.
All right. And then Suseel on HX and Ni-Ella, is there anything additionally you guys would like to do while you're in transit?
Cecile's she would have been sitting in the lounge probably, not in her room because she's already dressed. And I think what she's going to do is actually go to find Ni-Ella and try to speak with her. So she'll approach, if Ni-Ella's in her room, she'll approach Ni-Ella's room and kind of give a light knock.
And Niall's actually heading out of her room at the moment Cecile arrives, so the door just kind of opens, and she's a little startled because she didn't even hear the knock. She was just on her way out.
Yeah, and Cecile just kind of steps back and she says, "I'm sorry, doctor." She kind of loses her train of thought for a moment. She just says, I know I'm not the best at this, and I've separated from everyone last mission we had, and I want to ensure, since we're all going to be separated, that something goes wrong, that for you all, especially since it seems like where you're all going, there's not going to be any planned backup. And she just pulls out of one of her pockets a surveillance tagger, and she offers it to Ni-Ella, and she just says, "If things start to go wrong, you can activate this, and I'll get a ping on my data pad, and I'll try to get help to you all. But I want you to have this just in case." She'd offer it to her.
Ni-Ella would reach out to take the surveillance tag from Cecile, kind of new to her, so she just kind of looks at it. But then realizing what Cecile had started with, she would go back and address that and say, I understand you had your reasons and it worked out well. I mean, it was lucky you did what you did, even though at the time, I wish you'd said something first, but we all have to make our own decisions, and I don't hold it against you. And thank you for speaking up about it. I'm worried about you too on this mission. You might not be going into strange ruins, but on the diplomatic side, it doesn't seem like it's any less dangerous. Are you going to be okay there?
And Cecile offers her a smile and just says, "I'll be fine. Fine. This is what I was made for." She just kind of smirks a little bit at that and says, "You protect, and hopefully they protect you, the Jedi. And at the end of the day, if you all can uncover what's needed, the mission will be a success." And she just kind of smiles a little bit at that, but it kind of fades very quickly. And she just says, You've been a very good companion. And I just want to say that before we go our separate ways."
Thank you. That means a lot to me, and you really are very good at this, I mean, I've seen the way you talk to other people in power, and you have a way with words. Um, if anyone can do what they're asking you to do, I mean, you've got the ability to do it. I believe in you, for what it's worth. I wish we'd had more time to get to know one another. Seems like all our time's been taken up with crises, and we haven't had much downtime.
And Cecile nods at that and she says, maybe someday we'll see. And then she would just kind of drift away at that point. She'd go back into the lounge, and I think she'd stand there for a minute and then maybe head off toward where the cockpit area where HX is.
Ni-Ella would watch Cecile go, just kind of a little bit of worry in her heart for her, because it seemed like what Cecile was doing was saying goodbye. And so that makes her a little more worried and a little sorrowful for what she saw in her actions. She seems just like she's going into something she won't be able to get out of. And Ni-Ella doesn't want that for her, and sincerely hopes that that's not going to be one of the outcomes.
HX, are you moving from the cockpit, or are you going to just remain there?
I'll remain there, continuing to mess around on the nets.
Okay. Well, then, Cecile, you find HX pretty easily.
Yeah, and she sees HX doing what he does, and she just takes the extra seat in the cockpit and sits down. She doesn't really say anything. She just sits in there with HX and the pilot and co-pilot, and just she's quiet. She's not going to say anything.
Okay. Go ahead, Ni-Ella.
Yeah, so Ni-Ella, having stepped out in the lounge, she looks around and she's missed Oola. Oola's probably in her room. So she'll go over to the med bay and spend some time in there checking everything out, making sure like the supplies are all there like they had promised, and leaving things in order for whenever they get back to the ship, after they land on Alderaan and complete their mission.
Yeah, you actually find 2 additional stims that you can add to your inventory too. That they promised you some medical supplies, so they gave you a couple of additional stims that you can acquire.
She picks those up and stows them with the others. Makes a mental note to check with Cecile on her stim pack supply before they leave.
Any other last minute things you guys all need to do before we enter into hyperspace? Okay. So you all feel the soft hum of the ship's grav engines ease as the atmosphere of Alderaan envelops you. And through the viewport, the color of the world shifts from a deep azure of space to a pale aquamarine glow. Then, as the hull shudders gently with atmospheric entry, the turret of clouds part to reveal rolling green plains and sweeping waterways winding like silver ribbons across the emerald-tinted surface. Below you, the rich tapestry of Alderaan's natural world begins to unfold. Thousands upon thousands of lakes lie scattered like jewels across vast grasslands, over 8,000 species of grass alone asserting their wild choreography beneath the gentle breeze. The distant peaks of mountains capped with ice and snow crown the planet's horizon. Here, the polar ice caps glow gently white, its edge dissolving into rivers that carve their way into the interior. As the craft slows into its final descent, the cities come into view. The not imposing clusters of glass and steel, but subtle and elegant constructs designed to honor the land. One cliff-hugging canyon city, nearly invisible from far above, clings to the rock's face, Shoreline dwellings rise on stilts over gentle waters. Another lies tucked beneath polar ice shelf, its pale architecture a quiet tribute to its frigid surroundings. And then the capital of Alderaan sits serene on an island at the heart of the vast caldera, its buildings of white synth stone catching the golden light of the setting sun. As you descend through the stratosphere, the scents of Alderaan begin to reach you. Subtle tangs of herb spice carried on the wind, fields of wildflowers stretching beyond the view, and the rich firmament aroma of vineyards tucked into secluded valleys. The local crop grains, the spice herbs, flourish in the temperate realm. And then below the ship, the grasslands undulated like an ocean of green. Herds of grazers and nerfs stir in the distance, their forms faint but alive with motion. Occasionally, a thantra, it's kind of like a flying whale, basically, just not quite as large as a whale. Just think of it as like a big manta ray with a whale-like body, but it's probably no larger than like a bus at most. And you see its silhouette briefly darkening the plane before gliding away. So it kind of goes across the cockpit where Suseel HX and the co-pilot and the pilot are. It's a very close encounter, but the ship misses it. And then you get the sense of the world around you. It's lakes murmuring, its grasses whispering in the wind, its mountains silent watchers, and the culture of Alderaan now visually resonates here for you all. Everywhere you can see nature is respected. Cities are integrated into land rather than dominating it. And the legacy of very faintly in the far distance, you can see ancient Killick mounds, kind of like they're like castles, very faintly in the far distance, kind of giving you a haunting reminder of like the world's past. So as the ship glides towards the landing pad, geared down to minimal thrusters, it's hard not to reflect that this is more than a world of just scenic beauty. It's a world built on harmony, a world where civilization bent gracefully to the wilds, not the other way around. A gentle planet proud of its arts, its learning, its peace, but not without wilderness, without mystery. And in this moment, at its final descent, you realize you are not just arriving on Alderaan, you are stepping into a living poem. And as the ship kind of settles now, you all feel the little bounce of it, resting onto the landing gear. And in the cockpit, at least you guys can see this, you see an individual flanked by two guards slowly approaching the landing pad where you are. When you guys entered the ship, you know that the ramp of the ship actually lowers underneath the cockpit instead of at the rear, like the last ship that you had. It actually lowers down just underneath where the cockpit sits. So this is where you guys are. You have an approaching dignitary with guards coming towards your ship. What would you guys like to do in this moment?
We must roll destiny.
Yes, please do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I don't even want to press this button.
I called it. I called it last night.
Okay.
That's right.
Carek saves us.
No. No.
Take that, teasing him about the dark side.
5-2.
Well, that's ominous.
So I might suggest that we trip down the ramp and use up a dark side point that way.
Everybody
I love
rolls
it.
an ankle. Everyone rolls an ankle disembarking.
Let's go on and just bang our heads down at this point. Doesn't
Even HX rolls an ankle.
My non-existent ankle.
First, Cecile, once they're making their landing and the ramps being lowered, she's gonna look at HX and she's gonna say, before we depart, I need to speak with you.
Here or outside the ship?
And she looks to where the pilot and co-pilot are. She says, alone, preferably.
No, I will move through the ship to where we're alone.
That would probably definitely be the engine room. It's like at the rear part of the ship, and it's on a lower deck. That's the most quiet room and most isolated in the ship.
Okay. Well, once they're in that engine area, she's going to look to HX and just kind of take a breath, and she's going to be like, we are not compatible for this mission. And though we have been assigned to be together, it is my hope that once we have been guided to where we need to go, we will separate and we will not unite until both of our missions are complete. I think that would serve us both well. I cannot promise your safety, nor can you promise mine, but I think together we are a target where we both are in danger, where separated we both may survive. And that's what she says. And she says, I'll never understand what your directives or codes are, but I will let you know that some of the people that we will be encountering know of you and know that you are, she just kind of pauses. Not sure how to say this. They know that you don't belong here. And they know that the information that you've provided to others before about your directives and your operational codes are invalid. So, just so you're aware, every action you make is going to be under high scrutiny. And so I hope that you understand it will be important for, just as me, but as you as well, to move cautiously. That is if, value either of our lives. And that's all she says, and she leaves him to respond however he wishes.
From what I know, the area we're going to go into, we have no control where we're going to get pushed to. We have to take advantage of whatever we have. Your mission is your mission. I have a completely separate mission, which is going to be taking a lot of my focus away from what you're doing anyway. My directives are, I have told you before what my directives are. I'm sentient. I'm not like some other droids. The use of the ability of us, what we have today, is there for us to take advantage of, and I think we'll have an advantage on the people because you know that information. No, I do too. My theory is also you're going to need to do a lot of distracting with big flourishy words because we're going to be stuck in meetings, I think.
And Cecile's just going to be like, there won't be much distraction in this. Just be mindful that every action you take will, and every action I take will risk both of us. And that is why I hope that, for both of our sakes, that we're able to at some point separate so that our destinies or our futures can be our own, potentially, and not tied to the other. Because I do fear if, and she just kind of looks at him a little bit more sternly, if you go plugging into random things, it's not going to be taken very kindly to the people around us. So just proceed with caution and proceed like all eyes may be on you because they could. And the people here, many of them, are not going to, they're not going to react. They're they're not going to react with caution if you try to do something like that. And in turn, I'm going to be put in a place where I have to defend you or put you in danger on your own. And I don't want to do that. But I'm just being upfront with you right now. If you put me in danger, I won't have an option. I have to succeed in my mission, and you have to succeed in yours. And we have to do so cautiously. So
Correct.
just keep that in mind.
I'm here as a data broker and an engineer, so I will be naturally plugged into the system. This should be no worries of yours.
Okay, and Suseel just leaves it at that and would then proceed to exit the ship. She said what she needed to say.
And then I'll just continue to walk out.
Okay, so while those two are discussing, Oola, Ni-Ella, and Carek, did you guys happen to just leave the ship, or were you waiting?
Neil is in the lounge area, waiting for Oola and Carek.
Yeah, I think we'd probably wait for our diplomat to actually come back and let her be the first to go out to meet those that have come to meet the ship.
And Carek, I'm assuming you waited with them.
Yep, Carek will wait.
Okay, well then, when Suseel walks back from the engine room and sees Carek and the others, she just looks at them all and gives them a nod and says, she just kind of says it she feels weird, but she shakes her head. She's like, "May the force be with you." And then she walks down to exit.
And I'll just assume you guys follow unless there's any protest, obviously, to that. As you guys leave the ship from the lowered ramp, a very gentle voice calls out to you. You see standing before you a noble female. She's dressed in House Organa's traditional colors, and she speaks. She says, "Welcome to Alderaan. Welcome to House Organa." Her tone, like I said, is refined, gracious. Each word kind of carrying an ease to it. "I am Balera Organa, one of the wards of the house." She would incline her head slightly, and then gesture both elegant and sincere. "It is my pleasure to be the one to receive you, though I must confess I wish it were under gentler circumstances." A trace of wistfulness kind of softens her expression at this moment. "I would have dearly liked to extend our customary welcome, to see you properly settled and at peace with our halls. Alas, I understand that some among your company will soon be departing. Still, know this: while you remain upon Alderaan, you do so under the protection and goodwill of House Organa." And she kind of pauses, giving you all a moment to either say something or whatnot.
Question: would Suseel know of this person?
Go ahead and roll one of your knowledges. We'll roll your core world knowledge, and just to see if you can recall it. It'll just be a 2 difficulty for you. Obviously, you met a lot of people, but it's a possibility you still haven't met everybody. Boy, it's how the dice are going to go tonight. Dark side points and geez. We'll say with the advantage in there, and obviously the 2 failures, we'll say that you can't recall her ever meeting her, but you do, the advantage part of this, you do remember hearing of her. You've heard her name before. So while you might not have met her personally or know her in depth, you at least have heard of her name and perhaps have heard that she is a very courteous speaker.
Suseel's going to approach and bow her head and say, say her name and just say it's Suseel Kesvir, representative of the Republic. It is an honor to be hosted by House Organa's hospitality once more. And then she would gesture, she'd move to the side and gesture to her companions, and she'd introduce them. She'd be like, HX7T is going to be protocol droid with me. And then we have our other companions as well. And she gestures to each of them and offers their name and offers specifically Ni-Ella. This is Ni-Ella. She is a very accomplished doctor, and she kind of wiggles her eyebrows, and she is a distinguished member of the Republic as well.
Ni-Ella would just nod her head to, I think her name is Belair Organa, when she's introduced.
All right. Yeah, and in this moment, Balera smiles at each of you. She says, "Thank you for the introductions there, Representative Kesvir." And then she looks to Oola and Carek, and her tone shifts a little bit, like she's kind of getting down to business a tad. And she says, "Master Jedis." She kind of nods her head knowingly, even though you're dressed differently. It seems like she was at least informed ahead of time. We have arranged several speeder bikes for your journey into the Glarus Valley. In addition, appropriate travel attire, I see that you're already wearing, was prepared, so I'm glad that you found them on board. Our speeder handler will see to your needs. He has both your equipment and private, and he has a private place in case you needed to change, but it looks like you don't need that anymore. I also should mention for the good doctor, we did manage to secure you something special. She kind of taps her own side. We think that it's going to come in handy for your surveying mission that you are about to embark upon. It may come, the wilds of Alderaan can be quite dangerous. So we feel you should be well armed in the event that, wildlife happens to come across your path. So please speak with the handler, and he will be more than happy to show you the instrument that he procured for your expedition. Kind of consider it as a small token of gratitude for your assistance with the Jedi. She smiles, giving another pause for any kind of interaction you three would like to provide her.
Ni-Ella would say, thank you, that's very kind of you and much appreciated.
Ulla's just going to bow her head slightly in acknowledgement of him and what he's said to Ni-Ella. She smiles over to Ni-Ella, that knowing that people were actually concerned to make sure that she was being protected properly.
Anything you'd like to add, Mr. Carek?
Quietly nod.
One last thing before I separate Representative Kesvir and HX from the three of you. If you guys are, happen to be stopped and there are inquiries about your activities, remember you're conducting a survey, one commissioned by our house to document the local flora and fauna. And here are some supporting documents, and she kind of offers you, Carek, since you didn't say anything, the documents. just in case.
Carek will receive them, kind of tuck them beneath the poncho, nodding silently again.
And just be mindful, you three, such credentials will hold little sway once you reach your true designation. But with luck, they will suffice to dissuade any unwanted curiosities until then. She kind of steps aside and she points in the direction of the speeders, if you will. I need to take the representative and HX to House Organa, and we have further things to discuss.
Before they leave, Ni-Ella will approach Suseel as if she's going to give her a hug and ask quietly, do you have any sort of ranged weapon on you?
And Cecile's just gonna nod and give her a pat. And she's like, I am prepared for what may come. And that's all she says. And I hope you take care, good doctor.
You as well. And she'd take out one of the stim packs and put it in her hand and kind of squeeze her shoulder and then move away.
Yeah. And Cecile just slipped that in with her stuff, and yeah.
And then before you three even decide to step off, Blaira does ask you one more question. Do you have any questions for me before you depart? The handlers should also have a map of the region for you, so that way you shouldn't get terribly lost in your surveying of our land.
Carek will kind of look up and say, any predatory wildlife?
Oh, there's plenty. I don't think names need to suffice. Just be mindful. Anything that looks at you cross-eyed certainly may have piqued their instinctual predatorial instincts, so stay clear of them. Just stay on the roads and you shouldn't have any issues with the wildlife. The wildlife tends to stay away from the main thoroughfares, so just stay on them as long as you can. And do be mindful of your surroundings. There have been a little bit more activity on them as of late. Some of the local houses have hired off-world mercenaries as protection, and let's just say we're still trying to figure out some of the more hostile ones and who they were hired by. So just be mindful. Just be careful. Keep your eyes open, not just on the road, but on your general surroundings as you travel. Any other questions?
He shakes his head and says, thank you.
Oola chuckled because she had just been about to ask about a map when that was answered. So she looks to the good doctor and she asks her if she wants to pilot her own speeder or if she'd like to join her on her speeder.
Blaira speaks up. I'm afraid there are only single-seat speeders here on Alderaan.
Well, that answers that then.
Ni-Ella smiles at Oola and says, thank you. I should be okay, but I really appreciate you thinking of me.
Oola gives her almost a sassy wink, though she knows how grave their assignment really is. She's trying to keep a positive attitude.
Lady Blaira kind of steps back. She folds her hands in front of her, and she just waits for you guys to take your leave.
Before leaving, Carek takes out the documents that were handed over to him and actually heads over to Ni-Ella to give them over to her.
Ni-Ella takes them and carefully arranges them and places them in a place she can access them quickly if needed.
These are probably going to be more of use in your hands than mine.
Ni-Ella smiles knowingly, but doesn't say anything in that moment.
Oola walks over and hops up onto the speeder indicated as one of the ones available for them and gets ready.
Well, you're not at the speed. Your speeders aren't presented. You have to go to the handler first to get your speeders.
Oh, sorry. So she starts walking towards the handler.
Okay.
As Ni-Ella, right before she leaves, she turns back around, nods at HX, and says, yeah, some nice hardware you got there. You take care.
Thanks, Doctor.
As you guys head off, leaving Suseel and HX, Valera does say one final thing to you all. She says, well then, good fortune to you all, and may your purpose be met with both clarity and success. I truly hope you achieve what you have set out to accomplish. And she looks to Suseel and HX. She's not waiting for a response as she directly speaks and says, Representative Kesvir. Her voice is now kind of a little bit more authoritative, but still kind. From my understanding, you have come to assist us in the negotiations with the delegates of the other houses. You must know this is the most delicate hour of Alderaan. Never in recent memory have our lands stood upon such uncertain ground as they do now. I regret that I have little to offer in the way of intelligence for you or your droid companion. However, quarters have been prepared for your use, that you might make whatever arrangements or preparations you deem necessary before attending the delegation site. There will be an ambassador that will meet you in those quarters. So when you and HX are prepared, please follow me.
Steele just nods and would follow.
Yep, fall in line.
She takes a deep breath. Obviously, her assignments might have a heavy burden to it as well. And as you guys are walking, she offers what she can. And she goes, well, as you know, doubt aware, House Thull was long exiled from our world. Now petitions to reclaim its ancestral holdings are in motions. Their sudden interest in coming back to Alderaan has stirred the other houses like House Ulgo and House Rist into a more aggressive posture. Moreover, House Ulgo has taken to questioning the fitness of the Crown Prince Gual Pantir to succeed his mother should the Queen of the Throne pass. These murmurs have sown unrest, dividing the noble houses even within our ranks. Her tone is kind of lowered. It's becoming more private, more cautious, yet this is not a place to speak so freely. As you are fully aware, walls have ears. She would incline her head. And she goes on just to finish off her thoughts. Representative Dentar Anzario will meet you in the chambers. And he will provide you with details that you might require. And when you are prepared to depart, you'll just inform the representative, and he shall personally escort you and HX to the negotiation site. I suggest you make good use of that opportunity and inquire after whatever matters might best prepare you for the trials ahead. She would stop speaking, still guiding you towards House Organa, obviously giving you both room to speak if you'd wish or remain silent.
Seal's just going to listen. She's not going to say anything.
Still information gathering.
Okay, perfect. And then camera kind of pans back to our other three. Meanwhile, Oola, Carek, and Ni-Ella, you guys get to the speeder handler. You notice that there are not several speeders, which might have been misspoken earlier, but you do see 3 speeder bikes. They're nestled under a partially covered station. Also beside the station is a small building nestled cleanly on the other side of a smaller chamber where a counter is and a man can be seen standing behind it. What would you guys like to do as you're approaching this little like way station?
Oola's going to walk up to the handler, or is he the one behind the counter?
Yeah, it's an older guy. He's got like a gray beard, slightly balding, from at least what you can tell, because he's got like this like cap on his head, and he's wearing just warm looking clothes, nothing noble or anything. It looks like this is just his normal everyday attire that he would wear for this kind of arid air.
Okay, well, Oola's going to walk up to him and say, "Well, I believe you were expecting us. There's 3 of us, and I know that you have 3 speeder bikes available. Would you be able to assist us here, please?"
Well, darn, I did hear I'd be getting a few visitors from the house today. Well, it's nice to meet you, lass. Um, and yes, these are the speeders for you. I prepared them in advance. They're just parked. I mean, you can see them. They're fine machines. If I say so myself, I take good care of my girls every day. They're fresh off of maintenance and still got that new kind of engine feel. So I think they'll do you just fine. He kind of like goes behind the counter, pulls off 3 little like activators. They're kind of like, they're not your traditional like you insert key kind of thing. They're more like you jump into a car and press the ignition kind of key. And he gives you 3 of them, and he just says, "But before you just like walk off from me, if you need lodging or anything, or if you guys need a moment to speak before you head out, that building over there, I did unlock it for you. You're more than welcome to use that. If not, please feel free to just jump on your speeders, get them started, and head out. But I do have something for a doctor. I forgot her name, unfortunately. It's not a name that's commonly spoken around here, so kind of slipped my mind. Do you know who I should be speaking to in your group?"
Ni-Ella would step forward at that and say that would be me. My name's Ni-Ella. No worries. It's not a common name anywhere I am. What did you have for me?
Oh, he's taken back a little bit. Not too many Itachi make their grand entrance to Alderaan. And he goes, "Oh, apologize for that. But yes, anyways," he reaches under the counter, and you see like this satchel. Not a satchel, but it's more like a package wrapped in like just paper and stuff. And he puts on the counter. He's like, "Our great lady Balera wished for me to give you this." And he pushes the package. "I think it will come in great use for you. Best of luck. And if you've never traveled across Alderaan before, well, you guys are all in a visual treat." He smiles and kind of steps back, not expecting you to actually say anything further to him, but as a customer service oriented individual as he is, he stands there and just smiles.
Yeah. Ni-Ella would take the package and say, "Thank you. I look forward to seeing your planet. It's quite beautiful."
Oh, well, if you ever get a chance to stop by some of the scenic overviews, I would do so. Alderaan is a planet like none other.
Oola
Indeed.
takes the 3 starters, things, whatever they were, and she'll hand them out, and she'll look back at him and says, "I believe I was told that you also have a map for us."
Oh, yes. I would lose my head if it wasn't screwed on. Give me one moment. He goes into the back room again. It's a very small, like, cubicle kind of space that he works in. There's literally just a small front and then a back without a door, and he just kind of goes back. You hear some rummaging of stuff, and he comes back and he lays the like a very archaic, it's not even a data chip like you'd expect, but it's more of an archaic looking parchment. He's like, I am sorry, I gave away the last digital copy of our planetary map, but hopefully this will at least get you to your designation.
And Oola takes it. She looks at the other two. It's like, shall we? Let's go look at this in that room that he provided. She looks back at him and she thanks him for the keys as she holds up her own, or whatever it is, the starter thing. She holds it up and smiles to him, thanks him for them.
Ni-Ella nods and starts heading toward that room.
Carek will follow.
Yeah, I mean, when you guys enter that little chamber, it's not anything terribly impressive. It's a single, it's almost like a studio type of setup. There's a small bed in the corner. There's a corner couch with a table in front of it. There's even like a little television opposite of the couch. And there's a small kitchenette and maybe like a side room that has like maybe just a refresher in it, which is a bathroom basically.
So Oola goes over to whatever smooth surface. It looks large enough. And she opens the parchment. She looks at Carek and says, now, do you know which way or where we're headed for this temple?
Its exact location, I'm not sure.
Well, she starts
But
searching around.
it may be on the documents that were provided to us back on the ship. He looks over at Ni-Ella.
Ni-Ella pulls out those documents that were given to them and unspools them. I think these were just to validate our supposed mission, the flora and fauna that we're surveying. Out of character, is that correct?
Yeah, the documents that you were handed basically just confirm a deception in an official capacity. So if you were to have to lie about what you're doing, it would most likely give you like a blue die as support. So
Got it. Yeah, so she'll look through all just a couple pages and like there's no mention here of the ruins.
do you have the map
Can I roll?
unfurled?
Yes.
It's marked on the map for you.
Oh, okay. I was just going to ask if I could roll perception.
Yeah, you don't have to. And you could probably suspect why it's on paper and why you could probably suspect a few things on why it's chosen to be in a non-digital format for sure. But do you notice that Galeris Valley is actually marked on the map, and it looks like it's along the northern path. It looks like it's just off of one of the main roads is your designation.
What was that name called again? Something Valley?
Galeris Valley. Glarus. Glarus, however you wish to say it. I think either is fine.
Okay, so looking over the map for a moment, she sees the indicator and she points to it. And she goes, okay, so that's where we need to go. And this is where we are. Any suggestions? Looks like we've got one road, maybe two that'd lead us most of the way there. But any suggestions? Where do we want to just start out now? Or what?
So to paint the picture of the map for you guys are along the southern portion, and I'm actually going to give you
And it was suggested that we stay on the roads as much
Yeah.
as possible. What was that, Carek?
I was just saying that, yeah, it was mentioned for us to stay on the main roadways, throughways as possible. But given the length of and distance of it, I think we should just head out unless we need to gather anything else or do any other preparations.
Well, just a moment. Let me see what this package is all about. So Neil has the package in her lap, and she's untying it and removing the paper to see what's inside.
Yes, actually, inside is a heavy blaster. It is considered light, so for mechanical purpose, it's still a light blaster. And let me know if you can write this down because I'm going to give you its stats.
Yeah, go ahead.
It does 7 damage. It does 3 critical. It is a medium ranged weapon, so your 2 difficulty will be in medium range. It's got 2 encumber, 3 hard points, and it's priced at 700 credits. And then it's also got the stun setting, just like your other blasters would.
Ni-Ella looks at the blaster, and it's a significant upgrade from what she currently has. So she holds in her hands and then sets it on the table, and then she pulls out her holdout blaster and her light blaster pistol and looks at Oola and Carek and says, I have a few blasters. I don't need all 3. Do either of you want to hold on to one? I know you have your lightsabers, but I'm not sure if you want some range options.
Ula's going to speak up quickly because she's actually been quietly training behind the scenes with the blaster in hopes of getting a new hilt. She said, whichever one that you don't want to carry with you, I will. I'll gladly take for now.
Well, I know I'm always going to be at range, so I'll hold on to this new one. But here, take the light blaster pistol, and then let me see. I can give you those. I'll send you a screenshot of the stats, Oola.
Thank you.
Yes, because you'll want to put those in your sheets as immediately as you can, for sure. But you'll have time.
Okay, that's both the holdout and the light blaster in Discord.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so which one did you give?
The light blaster pistol, the second one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Carek, are going to take the other blaster?
No, Carek's not going to.
Okay. Ni-Ella nods and puts them both away, making sure they're both kind of accessible, and the newer one is more readily accessible.
And Ula's going to take the light blaster pistol and put it on her right hip. No, her left hip for now.
All right, so you guys just exchanged weapons. You just unpackaged the heavy blaster. You guys looked at the map. Is there anything else that you guys need to do in this chamber?
Go
I
ahead,
don't
Carek.
think so.
She looks at the other two and it's like, well, are we ready then?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. It seems like time's of the essence, and there's not a lot of time right now to talk, but maybe we'll have some time later.
Okay, let's go mount up. and get on the way. And Oola walks out. She's kind of tossing the little, whatever it is, the starter in her hand. She gets to the speeders, picks the one all the way to the furthest one, and she'll hop on and use the starter.
Who do you still have the map?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, so you should probably lead our caravan.
That's a good question. What order are you guys going to be flying in?
I guess that means I go first.
Yeah, I
and
think you
then-
should go first because you technically have the map, so you can help dictate direction, and then I will probably be the last one if you're okay with being in the middle there, Ni-Ella.
Yeah, of course. That sounds good.
Okay, so as you guys get on, I'm going to have you guys just do a quick pilot check for me. Obviously, this will not be the space version. This will be the planetary.
Oh boy, I'm gonna crash.
See how your initial start-offs go. This will be 2 difficulty. It's not terrible.
Challenge accepted.
Planetary, right?
Yes.
I was gonna say if I failed that, I'd be
How do I
sad.
generate that much threat from a speeder bike?
Hey, I'll take it. So, what happens here is, Ni-Ella, we'll just say that the 2 Jedi start their speeders up immediately, and it takes you a bit. You haven't flown on a speeder in a very long time because you either had another soldier driving you around because you're a medic. You know, you're not driving yourself. Or you've had Oola to pilot you in starfighters, or you've always taken a taxi. So for you, it's like trying to get back on the horse, figuratively, because you're like jumping up and down on this like kick, and you're like, come on, start, god dang it, and then it finally starts.
Ni-Ella looks a little embarrassed because who doesn't know how to ride a speeder bike? But she tries to recover.
All right, and you guys take off, right?
Yep.
So then we're going to shift back to Suseel and HX then. And this will give you guys a chance to add things to your sheets if you need to. So HX and Suseel, you guys do finally get to those special quarters. You're kind of stepping through a polished Duracrete doorway. The subtle chime of the latch announcing your arrival to no one but yourselves. Beyond lies a space that's curated for comfort, discretion, and subtle authority, a sanctuary for visiting dignitaries, yet unmistakably the home of Alderaanian nobles. Soft filtered light washes through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the sitting area ahead. Two cream-colored armchairs flank a low, polished table, inviting conversation, while a lounge rests quietly against the far wall. The room smells faintly of lilies and fresh fruits, a delicate, calming touch, and every element from the minimalistic art on the walls depicting abstract Alderaanian landscapes to the muted golden tones of the sconces speaks of refinement without ostentation. Of course, off to your right, a short corridor leads to a sleeping area, the bed draped in a soft cream and golden linens that kind of promises rest without indulgence. Heavy drapes hang at the window, allowing control over light and privacy. And then beside it, you do see a glimpse of a small console that holds fresh garments, Alderaan grooming supplies, and ceremonial robes, all meticulously arranged. And then you do get a glimpse a little bit too down that hallway off to the right. You do see like what could be a bathroom, but you can't really get much details on that because of the way the door is kind of angled. What would you guys like to do in this moment when you're kind of like settling into this chamber waiting for the dignitary?
Cecile's just going to enter the room and she's going to look around. She's just kind of looking at the room as it's described, and nothing really stands out like that she really needs at that moment, but she's just looking around as she does. She's also looking at checking herself, I guess, going through, what she's got with her in her robes and stuff like that. Yeah, she's just kind of looking that. She's very quiet, thinking probably a lot of introspective stuff as she waits.
I'll walk into the room and try to figure out where the briefing is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, these are definitely just quarters for an ambassador or a dignitary from off-world, or maybe even from one of the local houses. So it's more of a living space. And when you entered, you kind of entered the primary like living room. That's where you saw those two chairs set up before a table. And then the opposite of the two chairs that are kind of like kitty cornered is a third chair. So it looks like that's most likely going to be the area where a discussion would be had.
I'll take up one of the two on the left.
Like one of the kitty cornered ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you guys kind of settle in, you hear a knock at the door. No voice carries through, just a knock.
And Cecile's gonna say, "Come in."
The door kind of hisses open. Star Wars fashion, goes into like the side of the wall, and you hear a male voice saying, "Thank you for waiting. I apologize for the length of time it took. I'm Representative Dantar Ozario of House Organa, and you must be Representative Kesvir and her droid HX-7T. I hope the accommodations are up to your satisfaction."
Cecile nods and she says, "Thank you for the hospitality, Representative Ozario."
A simple nod.
Well, please get comfortable. He takes a seat. He takes one of the seats that's not kitty corner, so he takes that lonely seat at the table. He's like, "Please get comfortable. We'll have a bit of a conversation. I'll catch you up with the local news and field any questions that I can for you too."
Cecile would sit. She would sit kind of between where HX was sitting and where this other representative was sitting.
And obviously, you're already sitting HX, so.
Correct.
Allow me to bring you up to speed on our current state of affairs, and he just go right into it. As you may already know, House Thal has submitted a petition to be readmitted among Alderaan's noble houses, and this has caused considerable concern among the others. It has not escaped our attention that they appear to be aligned in some manner with agents of a shadowy sort. While the nature of this connection cannot be confirmed, there is reason to suspect it may be linked to a Sith figure who made their presence known across the galaxy remarkably. And when I say figure, I mean it must be a representative from that empire. It is troubling that this is happening here on our world, or at least what it seems to be. Though we possess no definitive proof, their influence has grown, and I'm speaking of House Thal, with unusual speed, which might explain the audacity of their petition. Compounding matters, he continued, his tone deliberate, House Ulgo has increasingly questioned the suitability of the crown prince to assume leadership should the queen's life end, a topic that has raised with troubling frequency. In response, we have assigned additional security forces to protect the royal family directly. House Ulgo maintains that Alderaan's future would be better served under their guidance, and naturally, House Rist, vassal to House Ulgo, has lent its support to this claim. House Organa, of course, seeks above all to preserve the peace and delicate balance we have maintained for centuries. Yet the convergence of these tensions has created a veritable tinderbox. Any misstep, however minor, could ignite a cascade of conflict among the other houses. One must tread with utmost caution, for the stability of Alderaan hangs by a thread. And he would pause, giving a moment for thought, reflection, or maybe interjection as he waits to just see if there is such.
Cecile's listening, and then she, once he stops speaking, she just kind of says quietly, House Ulgo and House Rist are aligned. Do we have reason to believe how House Thul would fare in their backing?
Well, House Ulgo has contended that they are against House Thul's readmittance into our planet, and rather opposed to them reacquiring their lost lands. Which, for some reason, with House Thul being so prudent about what their claims of readjoining us here on Alderaan, seems emboldened, and they don't seem to be taken back by Ulgo's response. Again, further supports that House Thul is being supported by a very powerful player.
Indeed. So it would seem there are two issues here. The issue of House Thul, and then the issue, of course, of House Ulgo seeking to take more power for themselves.
Yes, that does seem to be the case. I mean, let's be honest, House Ulgo has always been ambitious, and they've always given the crowned royal family issues. They've always had an issue with House Pantier, because Pantier, for the most part, goes uncontested for the seat of royalty. They've held the crown for generations at this point, with the support of House Organa. And of course, House Organa and House Ulgo have always had a contentious relationship. We view peace and balance, and they view military force and strength. So that's always been an issue, but the fact that House Thul is now involved certainly makes the matter worse. And of course, there's always the Queen's sudden illness that strikes us curiously, because there is rumors that she's not ill by fate, but more by design.
And we have nothing but rumors to back that up, correct?
Unfortunately, that is correct.
So, going into this, how would I best serve House Organa?
Well, I guess I can let you know now that the delegation will be convening within the Royal Palace. And once we depart, I will make sure that we're escorted by house security. Before I get into your question, I should advise you both that weapons will be strictly prohibited inside the delegation chamber itself, so security personnel will retain your sidearms, but rest assured that it'll be House Organa security that will hold your firearms for you, not the palace guards. But as far as what you can do, this is Representative Kesvir, is this. Once we get to the delegation, there'll be an informal setting at first. You will meet various House representatives and their entourages. I think it would be prudent for you to engage with each of the House representatives, find out what you can about their interests with the throne, or at least see where their goals are aligning individually. Kind of feel them out. I suspect you'll find a way to do that tactfully. But eventually the Crown Prince will call attention, and he wishes to present some words to each of us. That's why we are meeting there at the Royal Palace, and that's why this delegation has convened, is because the crowned family has a few important words to say to us. And when I say crowned family, I mean the prince, because the queen will not be present. It is during that time I need to press upon you the importance of silence. Remaining silent will weaken your hand. So if you have an opportunity to speak on behalf of the Republic, and as our allies in such capacity, I would speak. Even if you don't feel you have much to say, find something to say. House nobles love to strike at weakness, and when you're convened in such a place, silence you would think is a strength, but in this situation, it is not. So keep that in mind. You're probably aware of it already, considering your past, but just be mindful of that. Silence in a court setting is just as dangerous as doing nothing at all.
I
Understood.
assume that's for the organic.
Yes, I do have your directive as well, HX. He seems to be, he's trying to fight not saying droid, so he's trying to use your protocol. Because obviously there might be an underlying thing, like he just sees you as a droid and not sentient. But he's being respectful. And he's like, yep. And that does bring me to your objective specifically. There's an operational complication that we found out that you might want to be aware of. Kind of pauses as he's trying to gather his thoughts on that. The palace's systems. I apologize for interrupting you. What were you going to say, Droid?
Please provide the white sheets and any data I need.
I'm not sure what you mean by white sheets. I am just an ambassador. Technical jargon tends to get lost on me.
I'll need to see the technician in charge. They will have all the information I need.
Well, that's the thing. It's at the palace. We don't have the schematics, but I do have information that at least can assist you. Just as you would expect the royal family not having House Organa's security schematics, we do not have theirs. But I can provide you with very key information that may help you with your success. We did learn that the palace has a very unique security system. There are 4 terminals within the very delegation chamber that must be spliced in order for you to hope to breach the primary encryption. And to once those encryptions are broken, the last terminal that you conquer should point you to where you can insert this. And he removes from a satchel on his side a data breaker, and he places it before you. And he continues to say, once this is inserted into that final terminal, we will have access to the information here at our estates from the palace systems. That's where we can start monitoring their communications. We can keep an eye on any breaches within their own security channels. But I have to express this to you, HX. This will not be easy. The chamber will be crowded and active, and any access must be performed with absolute discretion. Detection would not merely cause alarm. It could imperil Representative Kesvir and jeopardize the negotiations in their entirety. And he pauses again.
Is there a specific order the 4 terminals need to be spliced?
There isn't a specific order, but keep in mind that when the first terminal that you splice won't be as difficult as the next one. And it seems that the security measures that they have in place is once one's breached, the other one's security measures get stronger. It's like a reactive security encryption, from what we understand. So the final terminal that you need to break through is going to be the hardest. So just keep that in mind. And this is why I stress the importance of keeping aware of your surroundings, because that last terminal may take you a moment to access. And we're hoping that your expertise and you being a droid will allow you to do that with expedited efficiency. I also have
Is there a way that I can splice a terminal without causing the increase in encryption?
Unfortunately, there isn't. However, our technicians here in House Organa do have these for you. And he, again, goes into his satchel and he removes 2 data spikes for you. And he explains, I could supply you only 2 of these. It took us a while to create these. These are very specific to the task at hand. They will be consumed upon use, so keep that in mind. But they will create splicing the terminals easier. So you only have 2 of them, so I would suggest probably using them for the later terminals. And actually, what I'm going to do here for you, HX, is
Oh, so we use it and then roll a computer's check.
yeah. Yep. Because if it fails, right? And then it's used. So
1 failure causes lockdown or not?
as far that's in character.
Yeah.
1 failed attempt may bring a silent alarm to the security. I would suggest that you promptly move away from the terminal and hide, because they most likely will check that terminal, and that could reset the process for you and heighten their awareness of what you're trying to do. So don't fail. He kind of smiles, kind of saying that last part with like trying to reassure that he has confidence in you, but fate has a different way of playing cards sometimes.
Look over at Suseel, and so much for not plugging into strange things.
Cecile just nods at him and then looks at the representative and just says, I have one request.
I can try to meet your request. Like I said, this delegation room, unfortunately, we're all going to be in there, including myself. I'll be accompanying you as well. So, what's the request?
She shakes her head at that and she says, it need not be about the delegation chamber. I wish to meet prior the security that will be with us.
Oh, House Organa security?
Yes, I would request that I meet them so I may introduce myself and they may introduce themselves to me.
Yes, of course. You'll actually have a chance when we're traveling. We'll have 4 security officers with us and someone to pilot our speeder. So, and we won't be taking just a traditional speeder. We'll actually be taking a low-flying orbital craft, so we can skip over the mountain and get right to the palace.
She nods. He's like, "Thank you. That is all."
He takes like this deep breath, and you hear him like letting out a big like sigh, like a breath, like he's like, there's a lot on the line here, and he's just like, well, is there any additional questions that I can assist you both with? If not, I'm just going to have you follow me, and we're going to head out and prepare ourselves for what's to come.
Still nods. And she also says, she's like, "This directive, um, there's no need to overwhelm yourself, Representative. If we were not capable of succeeding, this mission would have never landed at our feet."
That's fair. Oh, and perhaps I should at least let you know who the representatives are before we head out.
And she nods. She's like, "That information would be helpful."
So representing House Olgo will be Olara Olgo. Representing House Thul will be Yuri Thul. Representing House Rist will be Lady Erind Rist. And obviously I will be representing House Organa. And the Crown Prince Gual Pentir will be there. He kind of looks at you because he realizes that he said a name that might have caught your interest, but
She just nods. She's like, "I know of some of them, yes."
well then, let's go. He stands up, kind of pushing the chair back a little bit, and he starts heading towards the door. Like he's a man on a mission. So
Yep. And Cecile would raise and she'd look to Atrix and then nod to him and then follow the representative.
Follow behind.
all right. So he is.
Stashing all my new toys into my sash.
Yeah, that data breaker is kind of like a hard drive, so it's probably taking up a bit more space. It's very clunky, but it's cool. You got those agent toys with you now. And basically, he'll lead you down some corridors of House Organa, and he'll take you to almost like a private shuttle port within the house. And you guys board. It looks like a land speeder, however, it's enclosed. And you guys do. You get on board the speeder, and in the back, it's still very fancy. It's kind of almost just a lounge. There's no other rooms to it. It's just a lounge. It's got like a half circular kind of like crescent shaped couch. There's a couple security officers already sitting on there. A little table in front of them, and then there's another table closer to like the front of the vessel. The door to the actual like pilots for this craft it's not accessible on the inside. It's an outdoor accessibility, so you can't get to the cockpit. So you do see a table where that door would have been, and that's where the ambassador of Organa sits down. And there's like 2 more chairs beside him. But you guys get on board. What would you like to do in this space?
Cecile's gonna look for the guard people.
And this is all Organos.
Oh yes, it's all very fancy and rich with color.
I'll actually take a seat
near one of the security officers because they do have a little room on their couch, or near the ambassador?
Near the ambassador.
Okay. And then Cecile, you said you were going to move towards the guards?
Yep, she's going to introduce herself to all of the security officers.
One of them speaks up. The others kind of let him speak for them, and he's like, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Representative. We haven't heard much about you, but if there's anything we can do to make you feel secure, just let us know.
And she nods, and she just says, I just want to have each of your names.
Well, I am Boron. This is Kaldin. That's Yuri with a Y, not a U, not like the other representative. And then this is Eldara.
Thank you. And how long have you all served House Organa?
Well, these blokes have been serving House Organa for about 3 years. Me, I'm on my 6th tour with House Organa. I just reached the rank of lieutenant.
Congratulations. You honor House Organa with your service.
I appreciate that.
And she just says, hopefully this we're able to execute our mission without fault. And with that, she offers a bow of her head, and then would take a seat.
I'm going to pull out my data pad and start looking at all the comm frequencies and see what's going on around us.
Yeah, I mean, most of the comm frequencies is just standard communications. There's no like private channels, I suppose, in this space. Everything's preparatorial, so you're probably getting a lot of holonet hits from like the greater galaxy on your data pad, probably like news feeds and stuff like that. Locally, you probably just get light chatter, but nothing that would stand out to you at this moment. This all just seems pretty on the up and up.
I want to stay on the comms channel, and if there's one that pops up, like especially if I can't gain access to it, I'll start trying to look into how to get into it.
Gotcha. Do you guys kind of feel that the little low orbital shuttle kind of lifting up off? And it's a little different feeling than like a ship. You feel that gravity pull a little bit, because the stabilizers work a little differently on a planetary vessel like this. And then it juts out. As it juts out of the shuttle bay, at the side walls within the room that you guys are in, you watch them slowly lower down, and there's a slit of glass that wraps around the entire ship seamlessly, so you guys can peer out the window towards like the mountains in the distance and stuff. And obviously this was designed for more like formal travel, not necessarily designed for like discomfort where it would be more like a military operation or a policing force. This is more for like dignitaries and stuff to travel across the world. And then on the top you see another window open up. It kind of like circles down, like you watch like the Durasteel kind of like circle inwards on itself, almost like a shell kind of pattern, until it like just encloses at like the center point. And around that center point is like a dome of glass that looks up towards the sky. So you're getting all this like natural light into this space. And then the ambassador across the table just says, well, sit back, get comfortable. It's going to be a moment, even though we can skip the mountain. It's going to be a hot minute. Is there any last questions that I can help you with? Or other than that, just enjoy the ride.
She just nods and she doesn't say anything else.
Looks over at him and then looks back at the data pad.
All right, talkative bunch. Well, enjoy your quiet, enjoy your relaxation, because this will be the last you have of it. He smiles. With that, we will now go to Oola and Carek and Ni-Ella. So you guys are now on your speeders, traveling down the path. I'm going to have you guys do another pilot planetary check for me because you guys have been on your speeders for a little bit now. You're probably at the point where you're probably just leaving the Alsatian lowlands. Oh no, Carek.
Yeah.
So let me do this. We're going to do a little scene change here for you.
Buddy Carek.
Bye,
A
Carek.
problem child.
This one-dimensional character, I swear.
All right. As you guys are speeding along, Carek actually starts to fall behind. I will say, narratively, you're struggling with your speeder, but the advantage is that you're not like knocked off of it or anything. You're struggling to like main control. Perhaps you're not like hitting the throttle enough. Maybe you accidentally hit the brake. Something happened where you actually kind of like fall behind your teammates just enough.
So we're saying user error and not the speeder bike is trash?
Yeah.
Damn it.
You're a little bit behind. Ni-Ella and Oola, go ahead and roll a perception check just to see if you catch that he's kind of falling behind you guys on this trip. Perfect. You both notice the sound of a speeder behind you is kind of becoming fainter. For you, Oola, it just doesn't sound like so compounded because you do have Ni-Ella flying right behind you. But for Ni-Ella, it's more resounding, like she hears less ambience coming from behind her, which draws her eyes and yours, Oola, to kind of just glance over your shoulders briefly, and you notice that he's kind of like falling behind you guys on this path.
Well, Oola is going to slow down a bit. She's going to motion to Ni-Ella. So she's going to pull off to the side just in case Ni-Ella doesn't catch it so that she doesn't get hit. As she slows down so Carek can catch back up. They don't want him too far behind.
Ni-Ella slows down as well. Avoids hitting Oola because she's not in front of her. And are we allowed to use our short range comms in this situation?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just quick message to Carek to ask if everything's okay.
He responds back slightly irritably. I'm okay. I getting used to the throttle.
All right. And then Oola and I would both hear that, and I would just watch Oola to see what she wants to do.
Just shakes her head a little bit. Doesn't say anything, but she maintains the slower rate until Carek can catch up.
Okay, great. Okay, so you guys kind of got gathered together again, and you guys are now finally have left the Alsatian lowlands, and now you're entering the region of King's Pass. Here, it's becoming more and more mountainous. It's rugged, and one thing you quickly notice is how many blind spots there are. So my first thing I'm going to have you guys roll is a perception check with 2 difficulty and a black die. The black die is in place because of how many blind spots there are in this region.
Oh, I gotta check. See if my enhancement works with this.
Can I use my advantage from my terrible failure roll?
Absolutely.
That's blue, right?
Yeah, it's a blue die.
make the most of my failures. Oh, sorry, I forgot to add the black. I'll re-roll that.
You don't have to. The black won't help you. The black would actually hurt you, so you're fine.
Okay, so it's a black die.
And 2 purple.
Okay. And what was I rolling?
Perception. If it was a blue die, I'd be like, just roll the blue die. But it's a black die, so you're okay. So in this moment, we'll say Carek. Well, now I'm going to have you guys roll your your piloting check for this region. So go ahead and roll your piloting for this. Going through the mountains.
It'll take you blacks off.
Nope, this will still be black because you're in a
Oh.
more mountainous area. So it's rough terrain. So you guys will have a black die for that.
I'm going to use my advantage from the last roll just because I'm getting a little more comfortable on the white.
Absolutely, go for it.
Did mine break?
No, no. Oh, yeah, you just didn't get anything. That's fine though. That might be good for you in this situation.
I have no result to my piloting.
Yeah, it's just everything canceled each other out.
Okay, to use my enhancement, I have to use a light or a dark side to gain a. I always get this wrong.
What does it say?
Well, the first one is when making an athletics check, but I want to use it for my planetary piloting. So I'm not sure. The first one says use an agility check. Let me pull it up. I can't see it otherwise. Okay, when making an athletics check, or in this case, a planetary piloting, the Force user may roll an enhanced power check as part of the pool. The user may spend I think that's light or dark, to gain a.
Yeah, so you have to roll your force power dice, not the light side. Don't use the light side one, but there is actually a dice that lets you roll for your force.
Okay, now I need to find it.
That would be the look at your sheet here because I don't have one open at the moment. You have a force rating on your sheet?
I don't know that I've ever seen one. Is it on a different page?
It's next to encumbrance on the right.
Oh, there it is, way on the end. A force rating of 1.
Okay, there should be a dice that you can roll with that. Do you see it? It's in the middle of your dice pool. So you'll mark that 1. See that middle area? Put a 1 there, click outside the box, and then hit the dice under it.
I am not sure.
It's above your
Sorry.
destiny pool. You'll see dice pool. It's at the very center.
Okay. I see it. Put
Yeah.
1
Just
and then
1.
roll the dice.
Yep, because you only have 1 force rate, so you only get to roll 1 dice. Oh no, remove those. Remove the purple and the black. You're just rolling, because make sure that you click outside that 1, 2 before you hit that roll button. Okay, so you have 2 light side points. So you can spend that to expend it. And you have to roll that every time you use a force power, because you might be using dark side or light side, because some of your abilities might require the usage of 2 force or 3 force, depending on how many how high the force power is. So enhance, you're using that light side.
Okay, so how do I do that?
So you're just going to remove a setback dice. That's all. You're just going to use. You're going to say, "Hey, I'm going to use this light side pip, and that's going to activate my force power." And then you would just remove the black dice,
Just the black one. Okay.
just the black one.
And I roll my piloting, right? Piloting point. You moved me again.
Sorry, I'm checking your stuff because I'm making sure you wrote it all. Control. Yep. You're using your piloting planetary. I got your sheet now. Okay. You succeed, which is awesome. And so we got here, we have one success, and then Ni-Ella succeeded, and Carek got nothing. All right, so you guys are speeding along. We'll just say in Carek's situation, he's neither improving his situation or making it worse. He's still keeping you guys at the slower pace because he's still like fighting with the controls for some reason. Maybe the speeder model is a little different than what he's used to. That's very possible. And as you guys are speeding along, and since Ni-Ella is more focused on keeping forward, and Carek's busy struggling with his speeder, Oola, you're the only one that catches this. And I'm actually going to put them on the board here real quick. Okay, so 3 speeders, Oola, you notice are coming out of hiding, and they're moving up behind Carek in like almost like a wedge formation. And go ahead and roll another die for me here, Oola, because you're the only one that noticed this. Let me just see what I'm going to have you roll here. Going through like 10 different screens. I want you to roll. Roll just a general education roll for me with 2 difficulty. So make sure to clear out the force dice and setback.
Right. Okay, that's cleared out. That's okay. You said education.
Education. See if you're savvy enough to catch on to what's going on. Okay. You realize that at this point, with these 3 suddenly coming in on the path that you guys are on, your travel trips must have been leaked because these 3 individuals are speeding up, and before you can react, they're opening fire on the 3 of you. This is just flavor. Because you succeeded on your roll, for you, Oola, you get to roll cool, and I'm going to have Ni-Ella and Carek roll vigilance, and it'll be 2 difficulty, and this will determine like how many player spots you have in the beginning of this turn order and how many are behind the
end. No more black die, right?
Not for this one. Nope, no more black. Awesome. All right, so you have 3 player slots in the beginning. Oola, obviously you'll have to let your friends know what's going on for them to react without penalty. But other than that, you guys have entered combat. You are getting shot at by 3 speeders that are creeping up behind Carek.
Okay, she's going to use her short range comm. She's going to let the other 2 know. It's like, we've got company. Get ready. As if they didn't know because they're already being shot at.
Right.
And she's going to probably pull her speeder around so that she's between Ni-Ella and the oncoming speeders.
Okay. Because you're doing a quick like turn of your speeder, I'm going to have you do a maneuvers roll for me. So that will be piloting planetary for me. It'll be 2 difficulty with 1 black die. So just roll a black die. You can roll the black die separately. Just roll that just separately alone.
Wait a minute, how do I do that? Oh, I get rid of these.
And then you just hit that little dice icon in the middle on the dice pool. Okay, so that cancels out the success. So, but because there's no success or failure in that, you do manage to turn around, but I'm going to say that you don't get in between Ni-Ella and the guys. You're actually side by side as you're going to go past Ni-Ella at this point, but you are still, you're not in between her and them.
Okay. More next to her.
Yeah, we'll say that's more of the play of the threat coming into play here narratively, is that even though you don't get a success or failure, the threat is that you did not achieve your objective of getting in between you and those guys and Ni-Ella. But you're kind of on the side of her, and she sees you for a moment looking to her left, I guess, and she can see your face as you're like suddenly going the opposite direction. Who's next? Because you guys have 2 player slots. You guys determine who goes.
Go ahead, Carek.
So I'm gonna assume now, obviously, since they're shooting at him, he's aware.
100%.
He's gonna. I wanted him to try and make a quick turn off of the bike to face them, but given his handicaps here so far, I'm afraid that he's gonna be launched off of it and hit his head.
Goes use a light side
So
point.
no, those are in dire need right now. So he's just gonna try and slowly decelerate, but form up with the rest of the group so that he's kind of on par with them on the other side of Ni-Ella there, if we were to use that chart that's there.
But you're going forward. You're not turning your speeder around.
Yeah, I'm going forward to catch up with them and then come in kind of parallel with them and then kind of gather together.
And are you going to be turning around to face the enemies, or you just...
Yes, once I'm there, caught up with them, we will turn around to face them.
Okay, so what we can say is you can forfeit your action here, and we'll allow you to do that maneuver to turn your speeder around too once you're kind of leveled with them.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll a pilot planetary for me, because you're doing a maneuver. No, I'm not going to have you roll this every round, by the way. It's just because you're doing a sharp turn with 1 black die because of the mountainous kind of terrain that's being built up in their area. Okay. We will say this. You do manage to turn around. However, the threat here in this moment is another speeder has entered the fray and now coming from the direction that you guys were moving toward originally. So only Ni-Ella is actually facing this one speeder that is now heading towards you guys from the other side.
Awesome. Ambush.
Always use your advantage.
Advantage is good too, by the way. But, yep. All right. Now it's your turn, Ni-Ella.
Okay, so I see Oola on one side of me, Carek's now on the other, so I'm still going in the same direction we were originally heading, slowing down, and then I'm going to curve off to my left, looking for some cover, hopefully from both directions, so that I can kind of get out of the way of all this blaster fire.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Just roll a quick perception, see if you can notice anything through all the gunfire, and you're driving, so you're kind of also focused on your path, but you're also trying to look around. So we'll say it's 2 difficulty for this too. Again, a lot of hidey holes here. So we'll say this round, we'll say your failure part is that you don't notice anything immediately. And maybe you did notice something, but you already kind of passed it. But in the distance, we could say next round, you'll see like a little alcove that you can go into. You don't know what's beyond that, whether it's a dead end or you can curve around in that space. You're not sure, but you do see something coming up on your left-hand side that will let you deviate off the path.
Okay, so I would be, I think, moved one direction, 1 square to the right here.
And right about there, right?
Yep, because I went a little bit left, and I'm not close enough to the person I'm facing to fire at them, and I can't see the guys behind me directly. But I will say over the comms to the Jedi that we've got another one coming from the other direction.
Tell you what, I will let you roll coordination on that. I'm gonna let you do. We'll let you do a coordination roll with again 2 difficulty, just average difficulty here.
And what am I coordinating?
I'm actually gonna give, because you're coordinating them to let them know that there's an additional enemy coming, and that may give them an advantage if they happen to get attacked at their flank.
Got it. Shoot, I forgot to roll my advantage.
I'll let you roll your advantage. You just roll it separately since you remembered before we pressed on. So.
Oh well.
It was worth a shot. You at least let them know, but because they're so preoccupied, it might have just kind of, it's a second thought right now because they've got 3 targets that are really close to them at the moment. All right, now it's the enemy's turn. The guy in front of you, Ni-Ella, is going to advance forward. He is going to use his a maneuver, and he's going to speed up his craft, his speeder bike, up 2. So he's going to take a level of strain, but he's going to advance 2 spaces. And then the 3 behind you guys, they also advance forward into, let me see. Something here. Nope, they're going to stay at medium range, and they are going to open fire on the 2 Jedi at the rear. So let me just...
Steele's gonna get a little alert way too soon. She'll be like, "Really? You're already in trouble?"
No, not yet. Not yet.
All right, yep. So the first 2 are going to be shooting at Carek. Carek, do you have any armor or anything that I need to be aware of?
Double check. I don't believe so.
All right.
Just the one, so heavy clothing.
Gotcha. All right, first one misses. He's too busy trying to keep his speeder leveled out, so that those shots go right over you, Carek. The second one shoots at you. It's a hit. It's going to be 5 damage.
Oh crap. Yep. I will take that damage
Remember to
because it's
reduce it by
range.
soak.
Yep. So 4.
So you take 4 damage. And then the third one is going to shoot at Oola. And that's going to be 6 damage. Oola.
That's 2 damage because I've got 4 soak.
Nice. All right. Then that's their turn. So it's now the player's turn. You're on round 2. Just describe who's going first and what you're doing.
Well, they're out of range for lightsabers. So Ula's actually going to pull the pistol out that she got from Ni-Ella. And she's going to shoot back at the one that was shooting at her. Yes.
If you moved in 1, it would be 1 purple. But
Right. It's a medium.
Yeah, you can also, it's farthest range is medium, but you can be closer.
yeah, that's why you get 1 purple
okay.
die if you're closer. So I had to look up that chart. That's why it took me a moment for the rules because it's like blasters are always more complex.
And I just roll that. I don't have to worry about other colors, right?
Just 2 purple.
Okay, 2 purple.
Yeah, but if you moved closer, it'd be 1 purple. But oh, nice. So how much damage is that?
5.
Is that 5 base damage?
Yes.
So it's 6. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Because you had an extra success, so every success over the initial one is a +1 to damage.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So you guys watch Oola. She's the first time using a blaster, guys, and she hits one of the guys, and he kind of just falls right off the speeder, and the speeder just goes wild and hits like a mound of rocks, and it explodes. So one of them is gone. But you're moving backwards, so you still do advance forward after taking those shots. Because they're moving towards you and you're moving towards them, so.
Oh, yeah, because I didn't say I stopped my speeder.
Nope.
Okay.
But even if you stopped, though, they would have still been moving forward, right? So.
Right.
All right. And who's next?
I think maybe me then. I'm actually going to, because I don't have a blast or anything, I'm going to take up a more kind of defensive posture and move towards Ni-Ella and try and, in a defensive posture, deflect back any shots that are coming her way from that one that's from the other side.
Okay, so you're going to move up 1?
Yep.
Okay. I will say, because there's normally like skills that allow you to like do that, I will give you a blue die for the role play choice. So just remember, so instead of a blue die, I mean, I'll give them a black die if they happen to attack you, Carek.
Okay.
Ni-Ella, that crevice is coming into view.
Okay, so I want to peel off into that crevice to kind of get some cover from either side, and I'll jump off the speeder and pull out my new blaster. And I think at that point, depending on where I am, I don't know if I can try to hit anyone yet.
So we'll say you move forward 1. Okay. You do get into that crevice. The only thing I'm going to have you do is do a quick pilot planetary check for me. It won't have a black die because you are actually deaccelerating your speeder. And this is just to see if you can stop it in a way that lets you jump off of it really quick to react with your blaster.
Got it. Okay, and I'm going to use my advantage from the last roll to try to do this right in this moment.
Okay, awesome. Oh no! I will say that. Oh, you stop your speeder. Oh, you stop it. But it careens very close to the ground because of the way you had to brake it so hard that the underbelly of your speeder gets scraped hard, and it does take some damage, but it's still functional. But you do manage to get off, but you can't react quick enough to pull out the blaster, turn around, and shoot. You do pull it out, but you're unable to shoot this round due to the failed roll.
Got it. Okay, well, I am in the crevice with my blaster.
Awesome. And can you just in the chat for me, Nia, to keep this honest, can you roll a 1d6 for me? And to do that, you would just type /roll space 1d6. And if it's an even, the enemy actually might turn towards you. Okay, that helps. So the enemy's turn. The speeder in the front moves forward. He's going to take some shots at you, Ni-Ella, but because you're behind cover, it's actually going to increase his difficulty because you now have partial coverage. And even though he's in short range and he only gets the one purple, it's actually going to elevate his roll to 2 purple. And I'm going to give you a black die on top of it for him to try to hit you because you did take cover and the way you moved was really quick. So I'm going to give you that RP bonus as well.
That sounds like you used a dark point.
I didn't know. Because if I did, I'd actually be upgrading his roll and making it a lot easier for him to hit you.
Gotcha.
So let's see.
I really want you to use dark points on their side.
Don't worry, they'll come.
He's trying to kill us off.
No, right?
Yep.
No, he just wants more light side points for when it's his turn.
Very self-serving.
As a Mission Impossible in 5 different things.
All right, so blaster fire happens. Ni-Ella, obviously, you still have his attention, but the shots just go wide, and you just watch these energy bolts just kind of absorb into the rock that's all around you. Carek, you do see that even though your intentions were good, you did not manage to get the attentions of the pilot that's turning towards Ni-Ella's direction. Now the other two, again, they're going to, unfortunately for them, because you're going at them and they're coming at you, Oola, they're actually going to get into melee range with you. We'll say this is what they're going to do. They're going to kind of go in between you, so you're kind of like intersected between them, but because they're using ranged, sorry, that's my fault. 2 purple. I had to read the chart again. So the first one's going to attack, so I guess I don't have to change their dice pool on this one. First one fails. The shot goes wide, right over his head. But he's going to give the advantage to his ally. So he's going to use the advantage point to give his ally a blue die. We'll say that in that moment while he's firing at you, Oola, it gave the other speeder pilot a opportunity. And that's where that blue die is coming into play. Okay, that's going to be another 6 points of damage there, Oola.
-4, so that's 2.
All right, that's their turn. Now it's your guys' turn, round 3. Who's first?
I'll go first. Oola ends up speeding past them. So she's 1. She tries to, as she's going pass. She's going to try to shoot the one to her right.
Okay.
Almost behind her, but that's 2
So
purple.
you are now
1
in.
purple.
Nice. So that's 5 damage. What's the
Yes.
what's the critical on your weapon? 'Cause you had-
4.
Oh, okay. Never mind. All right. You shoot the pilot on your right, and again, you peg him right in the back, and he kind of falls forward onto the steering column, and he just drives the speeder right into the ground, and the speeder flips up into the air, and he kind of like just goes into like a tumbling roll until you just fly right by him. So he's out of commission here on this one. So that's one more down.
Okay. I would like to now aim and shoot at the guy that was shooting at me, kind of from where I'm not moving, staying, where I'm at in some cover, but, getting more ready and shoot him.
Yeah, you get a blue die with that, and because you're in short range, it'll be 1 purple. Right, for the heavy? Yeah, you got the heavy, but it's still considered a light, so. Oh, damn. Okay,
Ooh, she got him.
you got it. Good. Yeah, that one's out of the picture. Carek, as you were going to go defend Ni-Ella, you watch her taking care of business herself.
I got
Carek.
this.
Yep.
The blaster shot comes from the little like hidey hole that she's in, squarely hits him in the chest, and he just goes flying. Like his arms and legs just kind of like reach out into the air. Like the whole concussion of the blast is just enough to take him completely off the back of that speeder. And then that speeder goes right past you, Carek, and it actually just slows down eventually, but it slows down way past your whole group because there's no pilot. It doesn't hit anything. It just slows.
So Carrick watches that guy get shot and dismounted from his speeder bike, watches the speeder bike go by and slow down, gives a bit of a half smug smile, and then begins to turn around again, now to head towards Oola.
Okay. Go ahead, do a pilot planetary with 1 black, 2 purple. Okay. You succeed. We'll just say that you're still having troubles with this speeder. And what's going on in your head while you're dealing with this speeder issues?
Why do I suck at everything?
Aw.
No, so he's frustrated by his ability to not get the handle of the speeder bike, but he's very focused on the task at hand, which is getting rid of these ambushers. But he's still definitely fighting it.
Awesome. And it'll be the enemy's turn now. So I am going to use a dark side point here. As you guys are feeling like you're finally clearing out the enemies, another one appears just out of another crevice and coming up behind you again, Carrot.
All right.
But he's unable to act this round. So the other one, he's flying back. So now he's actually in engaged range of you, Carrick, but he's going to shoot at Oola because right now he didn't expect you to turn around, and his attention obviously is on Oola at this moment. So to make an attack against you. Well, 2 purple, sorry, not black. Okay, it's another. Oh, you're so lucky. That was one more advantage. That would have been a critical hit. But you're lucky, so you only take 5 damage.
So that's 3 damage.
It's 3 damage?
Right, because I have 4 soak.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's only 5 though. So you only take 2.
Oh,
Shouldn't she
I
take
take
1?
1.
What is happening?
Oh,
My
yeah.
mathing was really
I'm sorry.
bad.
Yeah, you do take 1. Sorry. You got me all confused there. Because I was like, what? 3? Oh, you had
I
soak.
don't know where I came up with those numbers.
Okay, sorry. And then I was mentioning the advantage, which probably threw you off too. But if he had one more advantage, it would have been a critical. So
Right, so I took 1.
perfect. And yeah, he's getting further. They're getting further away from you now, though, Oola.
Well, she's flipping her bike around.
So we'll say while you're flipping, go ahead, do your piloting planetary for me.
2 purple.
Yep, 2 purple still, with 1 black because you're in rougher terrain. Unless you roll your enhancement dice again.
Oh.
See, enhancement says once per encounter. I don't know if it does, but you can roll your force power. But remember, if it uses a black side pip, you might be rolling something at the end of the session. No, wrong one. You have to make sure you mark just the middle one and only the middle one, and then hit that dice underneath the dice pool. Do you want to use your force power?
Well, it says I could use light or dark.
Mm-hmm. But just remember, if you're using the dark side, you have to explain how you're using the dark side to fuel your enhancement.
Well, she's getting frustrated.
Make a note to myself.
Which normally she wouldn't, but in this case, they keep coming out of the stonework, not out of the woodwork. So she's going to
All right, so go ahead and roll your piloting then. With you can remove the black die because you're using your enhancement, enforced by the dark side this time. Oh, you succeed, and you do so very well. So you're gonna not gonna move you because he's still moving forward, but I will say that you're still in the same range, but now you're facing in the right direction.
okay, and does that use up my whole action, or do I get to shoot at him?
Nope, that's your movement. So now you can still shoot at him.
Okay, and add my advantage. Right.
And remove the black die and the force dice.
Okay, 2 purple and 1 blue.
Yep. Wait, what's the blue for?
Because I got an advantage on my last roll.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yep, then the blue die it is. Oh,
I think I obliterated him.
You did. You're like a champ in this encounter, so you take out another of the speeders, and they kind of just veer off to the left, and they hit a tree, and it explodes in like a glorious shrapnel display of like metal and wire just going everywhere.
And she's thinking to herself, well, I know lightsabers are preferred, but I kind of like this thing. And she shakes the pistol a little bit in her right hand.
Ni-Ella's in short range with this new one, so she's going to take aim and try to hit him as well.
All right, go for it.
And I'm going to use my advantage from last time. Oh, no damage, but a critical.
Ooh, yeah, your new crit, right, is 3?
It is 3.
Nice. All right. Let me go into the sheet here, and we're going to roll a critical on him. Oh, no! Flip. So, because this one is flip 1 light destiny to dark, I'm flipping a dark to light because that's my pool. So, good job. You got one of my dark side.
Yay!
Just do that real quick. All right. So you might have you hit him, but in a way that it like disorients him. So we'll say that you hit his speeder, and from the speeder comes like a bit of like burn effect that happens to his like inner thigh, which causes him to have almost a little bit of disencouragement to the encounter, because now he sees that he's against 3 of you, and he's a little deterred by that. So cool, nice job. Carek, your turn.
Carek's gonna continue turning and point his speeder directly at this guy and try to hit him with it.
I'll say because you're still turning, I'm not going to give you an increased difficulty. I'll actually only make you roll piloting with a 1 purple because you were still in that same motion of turning.
Still have the black on though for the terrain, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. It's more of an environmental base. It's all right. You're still struggling, but you managed to turn around. Just, we'll say the advantages, but we'll say that your next non-combat piloting skill, you get 2 black die. I'm giving you an advantage in this moment, I guess. So role play wise, I'm giving you that advantage. So I'm giving you like a soft success here in perpetuity of your next non-combat pilot roll. All right, and you're going to go into melee range with them?
I'm literally trying to hit him with the speeder bike or crash into it.
Oh, okay. All right, since you're using your speeder as a weapon, go ahead and roll your piloting. Roll your piloting planetary. We will say it's going to be 3 purple on this one because he is speeding forward while you're speeding at him. So you're going to try to calculate your trajectory to hit him head on.
And I can use that advantage for
Yep.
that roll?
Absolutely. And now you have 4 light side points too, just throwing that out there. Nope. You go right past him. You're like, phew. And he looks, it's like one of those moments where he's just focused forward, and then he watches like helmeted face just turn with you, and he's like, what the? It's kind of like one of those like, what the F moment? Crazy Jedi? He doesn't know you're a Jedi, but it's one of those moments. It'll be his turn. Gonna have to roll. He's just gonna keep going forward, but he's going to turn and shoot at you. Now, even though he's in short range, I'm giving a black die because he actually has to shoot while he's driving and turn to do like a shot at you, Carek. So he's actually gonna get a black die for that. Bummer. Okay, so he hits you for 5 damage.
All right, so I take 3 because I do have a soak of 2, actually, not 1. So.
Okay, so why don't you take off another point of damage then, since you forgot that.
I did already.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep. So it's correct.
And he is advancing forward by 1 because he's still heading forward. Top of the turn order. It's you guys now.
Which way am I going?
You are heading forward, so I will actually advance you forward 1 because of the momentum you're on.
Okay,
So-
I'm going to take aim at him.
And he's traveling towards me, right?
No, he was heading towards you initially, but then you turned around to try to ram him. So he's still actually heading towards Oola now.
Okay.
You did that sharp turn to try to ram your speeder into him. Would have been glorious, though.
Okay, so all I have to do is roll my weapon, correct?
Yes, and I will say if you're going to try to use the aim action while you're moving, you can, but it would be negated. No, you can. Go ahead, because there is no negation there. So
And there's only one.
one purple and one blue because you're using the aim action.
Okay, right.
Because you didn't move. You're not moving. You're just your speeder's moving on its own. So it's not like you're taking a move action in this moment. So it works a little different when you're in like ship combat.
And I'm going to take another blue from my advantage from last time.
Okay. And I'm going to spend a black die to upgrade the difficulty on you. Wait 1 second. So in this moment, he is going to remove from the side of his speeder this like almost like riot shield, and it activates with like an energy pulse, and he's trying to make your shot harder. So what you're going to do is you're going to actually, on the right-hand side of your dice pool, hit the upgrade by 1.
Okay.
Now you can roll. You still kill him.
Sucker.
You did. As he's doing that, we could say as he's just activating it, you hit him right in the center of the head, and he just flies right off. And that speeder goes for a little bit, but then it just falls into like a ditch, and then another explosion in the background happens. And combat actually concludes.
We lived.
Phew. Okay. All right. Ni-Ella comes out. She's looking at Oola and Carek. I think Oola's taken 5 damage and Carek's at 6. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think I only took 4.
Okay, awesome. So she'll move towards Carek, pull out the med pack to use that stim application that's once per scene to give him his hit points back.
I'm assuming you guys are slowing down your speeders so you can get near Ni-Ella.
Oh yeah, that's right. Please stop. Please hold on.
Parking mine and throwing a thermal detonator at it.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Oh.
If you did, I was going to suggest that you go steal the speeder that was behind us.
Do you have to roll for that, Ni-Ella, or no?
Not for the internal stim. If I did a medicine check, I would, but I figured I'd just use that one.
How much is that gonna give back?
It's just like a stim pack, so it's 6, and it'll be decreasing for the next 24 hours. If we use them again.
So then I'll be back down to 0 then.
Good thing for the doctor, huh?
All right, and while I'm doing that, I'll look over at Oola and say, do we know who these people are? Do we need to check to see, like, maybe there's something on them?
Yeah, Oola nods. It's like, I think that's probably a good idea if we can find enough remnants. Because I have no idea who they'd be. But they seemed organized and knew we were coming. So we want to be careful as well.
Yeah, we should make it quick.
So I roll a perception check?
For this one, yeah, you can roll a perception check would be good. It
Okay, I'm gonna use my
will
one who die.
be 3 difficulty only because the bodies are probably really messed up and their belongings are probably scattered quite a bit. High speed chases will do that. In this moment,
I didn't get anything.
I will use
Wait a
that.
minute. Oops. I forgot something.
What did you forget?
To take the upgrade off. So do you want me to
Yes,
re-roll it
reroll.
completely?
Yes, because it shouldn't have been an upgrade.
I still failed.
So I'll say narratively with that threat, you look through the bodies and there's nothing, no identifier on them, no evidence of who hired them or who tipped them off about your guys' approach. There's no discernible markings on any of the displaced armor. It's just a mess of, some of the bodies look really mangled, others look shredded. Some are probably a little crisp because of explosions. So,
Well, U's gonna look at the other two and she's gonna say, does somebody want to go check out that speeder? Maybe that'll give us an indicator of at least where they came from.
Okay, Ni-Ella will move in the direction Oola indicated and see if she can find anything.
sure, this will be just 2 difficulty because the speeder is relatively in good shape still. Say the threat wise is, again, whoever hired these individuals, they were definitely skilled enough to know not to carry contracts or any personal effects that would identify them easily or identify who they were hired by. So they're definitely professionals in that regard.
All right. Ni-Ella's going to go back to her speeder and check to see like any damage or any issues with it.
Yeah, go ahead, do a mechanics check for me. I will give you, just average difficulty on this because it's not like this is necessarily your background. So even though you're smart, you're a smarty. Yeah,
A big smarty.
there's only a point of damage on the speeder, but to put that into reference, speeders only have 2 hit points to begin with. So your speeder is looking a bit rough, and it looks like the other speeder that you just checked might be a lot safer.
All right. Can I do any repairs to mine, or should I move over? And if not, I'm going to move over to the other speeder to see if I can use it.
Do you have any equipment that's for mechanical repairs?
Probably not. Let's see. Yeah, just a data pad.
Okay, so if you wanted to try to repair the speeder, it would be 3 difficulty, just because it actually is technically equal or greater than half their wound threshold. So, so it would be 3 hard for that because it's literally a hit point. Or you can just attempt to use the other speeder.
Try to fix this one first. That speeder handler seemed pretty proud of the repairs he'd done and the maintenance. So don't want to give up on it.
Okay.
All right, I will attempt to repair.
Wow, even with that's a good show. Like, even though your like intelligence is really up there, it shows that the dice still can work against you. That's insane. I will.
Yep, that did not work.
No, you're daft with like surgeries and stuff, but working with like mechanical components, even though there's similarities between like blood vessels and wires, they're definitely used and have different purposes. And you try to figure out this thing, and you're like probably thankful you didn't go into being a a mechanic for like a jockey or something. So
Okay, I'm going to move on to see if I can operate the other one then.
yeah, thankfully, when you go to the other one, its control stick is still actually placed in the dashboard of the speeder, so it's actually still running right now. And it's still the same design. It looks like it's a single seater with a single like. It looks very similar to what you just drove, so it wouldn't be any like different adjustments to it or anything.
Okay, got it. I will prepare to leave, and see what Oola and Carek are doing.
Ula's going to be waiting on Ni-Ella and double checking with Carek that he's doing okay.
Yep. After recovering from his wounds, thanks to the med kit, he's just up and about and kind of side eyeing the speeder bike.
Do you want to switch speeders with me?
I don't think the issue is with the speeder.
Aw, you'll get the hang of it. We've got enough of a ride. You'll be fine. And she's speaking while she's actually putting a bandage on her own arm where she got shot a couple times. Her left upper arm.
If we have time, I can try to help heal that arm. Not sure if we have enough time right now.
I'm fine, so let's just get out of here. And if we find another spot that's safer, perhaps then, okay? But thank you, Ni-Ella.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so you guys getting on your speeders and heading out?
Yep.
I'm not going to have you guys roll on this one. So we will say after the combat, you guys continue your path towards your designation. And it's actually at this point, we'll actually take our 15 because then we're going to be starting at the top with Suseel and HX on their next scene while you guys are flying towards your objective.
We're in the King's Pass area, correct?
Yeah, but you guys are about to, during their scene, you guys will be traveling through that Durin mountain area and heading towards Galaris. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, you guys are still moving while they're doing their motion because they were traveling to the palace while you guys were engaged in all this combat. And once the combat ends, we're actually going to start at the palace with Suseel and HX because they've arrived.
Yay.
Go ahead and get this switched over, and then we'll meet back up in 15 minutes.
All right, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Just do this, and we'll go into the intermission. So I'll see you guys in 15. Oh, did you get all that, HX?
I did. Sorry, hit the wrong button.
Oh, it's okay.
I was calling a great game over here. Yes, I move over to where he was indicating first and try to check it out, scope it out, see what's going on.
Okay, I'll have both you and Suseel actually roll a perception here. For Suseel, it's more to identify at least the key figures of the houses. And then for you, HX, it's probably to discern if there's anyone in the area of any of these towering structures and what to be mindful of if you approach any of them. It'll be
Standard difficulty.
yes. For you, Suseel, it'll be 2 difficulty, but I'm giving you a black because, well, it's a crowd of people, so that's the obstacle here.
Okay, I'm going to use my advantage for my last roll.
Okay. Okay. So for you, HX, we'll say the reason why you couldn't really you're not perceptive in this moment is because this display that this ambassador is giving you is very distracting. So you easily notice the large structures in each of the corners, but because he's moving his hand left and right, and because your servos on your neck can't move that quickly, not like a sentient, you're just able to compute where you have to head towards. And then for Suseel, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
And then for Suseel, yeah, you notice the fineries of House Ulgo. You notice the fineries of House Thull. And you certainly notice a very familiar female amongst that crowd wearing the colors of House Wrist.
Okay. Cecile is, she's going to move toward House Thull's representative first.
What about you, HX? What would you like to do while she's moving through the crowd?
I'm going to move over towards the pillar and take a better look.
I'll do yours first here. So go ahead. I'll have you roll another perception check. But because you're in the closer proximity of the pillar, I'll make it just a purple die. Just to see if you can notice anyone necessarily looking in that direction of the pillar, even if they're there in that corner of that room. Okay. We'll say you're uncertain if there's anyone specifically looking in that direction, but we'll say narratively, there is another droid standing in that position that you might be able to work behind and use as partial cover to what you're doing. That's your advantage in that situation.
That'll work.
So while you're figuring out how to jockey that, Suseel, as you approach the ambassador from House Thull, you kind of see a man whose posture and attire radiate both wealth and calculation. He has this presence alone that feels deliberate, every motion restrained yet precise. And though he weighs the worth of every breath spent in this hall, you see that he doesn't seem to be engaging anyone, but more observing at the moment. He's dressed in rich, royal, violet garb. The color is dominating his long formal coat that drapes nearly to the floor. The fabric is unmistakably of noble quality. It's got a heavy silk quality to it with a faint sheen that shifts subtly in the chamber's light. Along the trim and shoulders, you see entering gold embroidery that glints like the edge of along the edges of a crest, which is a pattern of geometric portion, definitely of Thull's old heraldry. Before their exile of Alderaan. And then beneath the coat, you see a crimson sash that wraps around his chest and ties neatly at his waist, a silent statement of ambition and probably more than fashion. He's got boots on, gloves, both polished black leather with gold accents, and a small signet clasp bearing the sigil of House Thull that fastens at his collar. And he's got this dark hair that's combed back with impeccable order, and his expression is measured, calm, and it does portray a quiet confidence that borders on arrogance. He's just there, not really paying attention to you at the moment.
As she approaches him, would she, I guess the question is, how much would she know of House Thul from her time working on Alderaan?
Yeah, why don't you do another knowledge roll for me here?
Okay.
Let's see.
Would that be 2 difficulty?
Yeah, it should be the mid rim.
Okay, the mid rim.
Yeah.
I don't have mid rim.
Or
I have core worlds,
core
outer
worlds.
rim.
Core
Okay, core worlds. 2 difficulty. Okay.
Okay, so we'll say you can't recall anything immediately about House Thal other than what the ambassador from Organa told you about them, about being exiled. You don't know why they were exiled. That's something that's slipping your mind. They were exiled for a very specific reason, and it's like right on the tip of your tongue. But I will say the advantage is you remember enough that it's a very sore topic for House Thull to discuss anything related to the exile.
Okay, and then my last thing before she approaches is she'd be looking, obviously he's dressed very fine, very wealth. Is there anything on him or about him that would feel, I don't know, that would feel familiar to the people she's interacted with before in Alderaan nobility?
In what capacity?
I guess, each house kind of has its signature kind of trait about them potentially, or how they deal with people. And when she's looking at this person, I guess you kind of said it, like the arrogance is kind of the pride and arrogance part of it. I was just trying to see if there's anything other than what she sees that she could just take note of around them or about them. Maybe the number of guards they have, or this little tidbit she might gather as she approaches.
Sure. You can do, I guess, another perception roll for me if you'd like. Or I can even let you roll cool as an alternative because you're kind of like preparing yourself for an engagement. It's just not combat.
Okay, I'll roll cool and then I'll use my one little advantage. Let's see. Oh, lovely.
Jesus Lord, that's a lot of advantages though.
Yep.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I can give you a positive if you let me absorb all those advantages. So you can't use it as a blue die.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. So you don't notice any like security. From your understanding, the security actually has to wait outside because they're armed, and this is you can't be armed within the walls of this chamber. That doesn't mean people aren't, of course. They might have other subtle means to inflict harm. But what you do notice is there's quite a few advisors. They're all wearing the same color scheme, but different regalia. And one thing that's really stands out with you is there's a lot of like mercantile theming going on with their attire that you hadn't noticed prior. They seem to be very invested in trade, and that is easily signified by how ostentatious each of these individuals are. And you've been on Alderaan a lot, and you know that color and their color patterns and schemes really tell a story about a house's history. And with them, that gold and even just their commoners is very like prevalent. And that gold typically indicates that they really elevate wealth above all else due to how much of that gold inlay is within their like outfits or their attire or even their clasps. It's very prevalent.
Okay. So Cecile approaches and she gets up to the representative and she just says, Representative Thole, Suseel Kesvir, it is my pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Greetings, Kesvir. It's a pleasure, I'm sure. How can I help you today?
I am merely here on behalf of the Republic to support goodwill of the Republic and Alderaan. And she offers a nod, dip of her head. I have been told House Thole seeks to re-enter the graces of the great noble houses here.
Well, I would think that much is self-evident, of course. Our house, we've endured generations of scorn for a misstep of our forebears. An injustice we have been born with more patience than could most muster. It's quite irritable, I must say, having to come all the way out here just to protest something that should have been God-givenly proposed upon earlier. We should have been presented here and given our rights to our sacred lands. He kind of tries to calm himself down because he realizes you're from the Republic and goes, and so with that said, why is the Republic here? This is an Alderaan matter.
And Cecile acknowledges what he says and just states the Republic has obvious interests here with its connections to the great houses here, specifically Organa and, of course, the royal family of House Pantier, which I'm sure you're also here to give your blessings upon the monarch.
I mean, I'll be honest, we don't really care much about the political ongoings that, like House Ulgo, care about regarding the royalty. All we care about is getting our house reestablished here on Alderaan and establishing our own, I guess, power base, just like any other house here. But I'll make it very clear to you here. Cecile, was it? We no longer bow to the whims of House Organa, or who presume to dictate Alderaan's future, even though there's a royal family. Let's just be honest, House Organa's influence is widely known. Our position is just, as I said, we stand for our own interests, and as any house of worth should, surely. Does that surprise you?
Not at all, of course. I sense that your interest should align with Alderaan's interests, of course. Success of Alderaan is more than just one house, and House Thole, of course. And she just gestures to the representative, brings great wealth and prosperity, and I believe that it is in everyone's best interest that unity come to Alderaan, and House Thole is part of that unity. Don't you agree?
He pauses for a moment just to recollect, kind of recall what you're saying, and he thinks it over. He mulls, and he goes, "We'll see by the end of the day where people put House Thole, and I may have a response for you by the end of the hour."
I quite appreciate your response, of course. You are the first representative I've dared to speak with, and I much appreciate your time. If I were to select another one of the houses to speak with, who would you advise? Who would you see worth in spending time with?
None of them. Only House Thole matters. That's why I'm here. I have no interest in House Ulgo with their military-minded pursuits, and I have certainly no interest in House Organa and their a facade of peace. And House Wrist? Can't trust House Wrist. We all know what kind of business they deal with.
And nods again. But may I ask, don't you need these houses to agree so that House Thole may be brought back into the fold?
We're merchants. Politics are set aside. We've already had dealings and trade agreements with some of the houses, and that's all you need to know.
I see. So their interests matter not about your interests.
Of course not. I mean, any house that tells you otherwise, they're fooling you and they're just giving you honeyed words. Even House Organa with their high morality certainly are the best of the liars. But again, time will tell. We don't care about politics. We've made our stance clear with those who we've dealt with, and that's all that matters. As long as they get what they want and we get what we want. Isn't that how this works? Representative Kesvir of the Republic?
Perhaps. Though I am curious on how you will get what you want if you do not make, or shall I say, break bread with some of the other houses. It is very curious to me.
Yes, I'm going to have you roll I'm going to have you roll a nice little negotiation for me.
Okay.
Just to see if you can affluence him to at least say a little bit more on the subject, because you're pressing it. We'll say it's about a 3 difficulty with him. Yeah. Okay. Oof. What is going on? That's crazy. Okay, so with that roll, he'll say this. As I said, Representative Kesvir, we do not need to mingle among the rabble at this time. A lot of the things that we have conducted have been behind the scenes, so we don't have a reason to push this further.
And she just nods and says, I believe I understand. I need not waste any more of your time. Thank you. And she would step away.
Okay. And while you were engaged in that, HX, so to paint the scene for you, you are at your first obstacle. There is a group of 3 people from House Organa, just representatives. They're dressed in just regular attire. They're probably aides, nothing important. So you feel pretty confident right now that you might be able to get away with what you're going to do. But you still have that droid that can at least obscure your actions.
Can I roll stealth too?
Yeah, absolutely. Say the stealth.
Standard difficulty?
Well, are you going to use the droid?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll have you do a quick, because you have this thing about your character's past. I'm going to actually have you roll I'll let you roll either a leadership, coordination, or negotiation roll to see if you can coordinate the droid to kind of work with you. That's your whole shtick, is getting droids to cooperate with you.
Indeed. What difficulty?
For that, because the droid might not have the necessary programming to like follow complex commands, we'll say it's a 2 difficulty.
Okay, I was going to use flashes. That was my thought.
Oh, what's flashes?
So I'd flash a button, like a light at him, and there would be like almost a code.
Like a Morse code?
Yeah, well, computer code in this situation.
Okay, like binary speak through your eye flashing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
And
say
I'm going to use coordination.
it's 2 difficulty, but I'm going to give you a blue die just for the creativity of the action. You succeed. Great. Okay, there's some threat there. So you're very confident that the droid's going to coordinate with you. So that makes your stealth roll a 1 purple die instead of just a 2. And the threat in this moment is you realize as you're moving this, there's a little bit more crowds building up in the corners of the rooms and the other sides of the chamber. And it seems to be like a little bit of mixing of the houses. But you're safe where you are.
Excellent. I will try to avoid the people as much as possible.
Right now, you're safe. In your corner is just the 3 House Organa. So, okay. You didn't fail nor succeed. So what we'll say in this moment is you're very confident no one can see you, but because there's a threat, there's always that lingering thought that you might be observed, but the risk is low.
Yeah, that tracks. And I'm going to attempt to. I know I'm stealthy, but I still want to be okay and plug in.
Okay. So you're going to do the computer thing now?
Correct.
Okay. So for this first terminal, it is literally just 2 difficulty on this one. Base difficulty to lower the encryptions on this first terminal.
And we are doing decryption, correct?
You're not really decrypting anything. You're more like breaking a code, so the encryption is gone. So I guess you can use decryption.
I could use code breaker was my thought, but there's no blacks yet.
Yeah, no blacks yet. No.
Or if I do succeed with a critical and I'm able to use maneuvers into the computer, could we do that with the 4 individual pillars?
Explain a little further for my slow brain.
You're good. In the computers, once we get into it and start breaking codes, is there going to be multiple layers?
No,
Is it
thankfully
going to be like
not.
a full? That's what I was trying to figure out. Because if we can make it an encounter, essentially it turns into that when we're doing splicing.
But if you do get a critical, I will certainly give you a notice on that for sure.
That tracks. All right, computers, here we go.
Oh, nice. Okay, so this one was easy, but you kind of expected this first one was going to be easy. And no one in the chamber, thankfully, perhaps a member of House Organa did, but they work for House Organa. They don't care if you're decrypting that. They're under their own orders. And you notice like a soft like hum sound, like it's like but then it disappears, and that pillar's just like it shuts down, but no one else notices this action because there's a lot of noise in this chamber with dialogue and conversation and that light music that's playing in the room. No one notices that you just deactivated one of the 4 security walls to the mainframe.
Excellent. I will embark out of that as soon as possible. If I can push that no further.
Yeah, once it's powered down, it actually automatically disconnects you, and you are free to move wherever you'd like to your next objective or move about the room, whatever you decide.
Are there the 4 families kind of separating into their own little corners?
For the most part, House Organa tends to stick to them. Their aids tend to stick to one side. So this first one was very easy for you because even if they had probably noticed you, they probably wouldn't have cared. But the other houses, you notice like House Thull and it's kind of the same with House Organa. They're kind of in their own corner, but House Olgo and House Rist, their parties are kind of mixed together. Because as you heard, House Rist is a vassal to House Olgo. Their families are
Gotcha.
close. Yeah.
All right, I'll go toward this skitter on the sides. Don't bump into anybody. Make sure that I'm really not drawing attention. Kind of keep a lookout, but move to the second to last pillar. The one I think will be the second to last hardest.
Just remember, the more you deactivate, the higher the difficulty. So it won't matter which pillar you go to. So the next one will probably be a 3 difficulty regardless.
That's true. I want to go with the one with the two houses that are kind of mixed together.
Okay.
The one's closest.
That one you're going to be going diagonal from where you are. So you're going to be going closer to the throne itself. And you're going to be going kind of, you can take the long way around the edge of the wall, or you can go right through the middle from
I'm going
corner
to
to
go
corner.
the long way around.
Awesome. Okay, so while you're doing that, you did that whole scene of decrypting and getting that power source down. We're moving towards the second one. Suseel, what's your next action?
She's going to be moving toward House Olgo's representative, but while she's doing that, she's also looking around to see if she can spot HX to kind of keep an eye if she can on him.
Okay. So HX, I know you're not hiding purposely from Suseel, but I'm going to have you roll a stealth just to see how many successes you get. No. Okay. Okay. So it might not be very hard. So I'll have you roll 1 purple die for me, Suseel, for perception.
Okay, I'm going to use my 1 advantage for my last roll. Perception. Oh.
You don't notice HX, but you feel a little bit better because the fact that you can't see HX must mean that whatever he's doing it even off your radar.
Yeah. So with that, she's going to move toward the House Olgo representative, which is Alara.
Okay. Yeah, you see her. She's standing near one of the marble pillars. She's actually not far from that center aisle, that big part of the chamber itself. Her posture is immaculate and very unyielding. It's as though she herself is kind of carved of the same stone that's supporting the hall. Her attire bears an unmistakable mark of Olgo's discipline, a tailored black gown with sharp lines and a military cut. The fabric gleams with a faintly polished armor beneath the chandelier's glow. So there's plates of armor, very carefully chosen where they are. There's gold embroidery that traces the seams in a deliberate, almost martial precision. And while the crimson sash that drapes across the front, it shows the Olgo crest stitched upon it in a fine golden thread. And then over her left shoulder, she wears a short half cape that's clasped by a gilded brooch shaped like a stylized blade, its edge catching the light whenever she shifts her stance. And her boots are high and reinforced. They kind of have a regality to them. And her hair is tightly coiled into a crown braid that's fixed in place by several delicate gold pins that form a subtle, almost crown-like pattern. Her gaze, however, is what truly marks her. It's cold and unwavering. She has this stare as she's looking around the room, and almost like a tactician looking over a battlefield. And she's just patiently awaiting, and you just watch her brush off one of House Thull's aides as you're approaching.
And Suseel approaches and she just very directly says, Representative Olgo, Suseel Kesvir with the Republic.
Pleasure, I'm sure. How can I help you today, Representative Kesvir of the Republic?
She watches as the House Thul representative walks away. I was told with House Thul they had no need to make any diplomatic relations with any of the other houses, so I was surprised to see a representative over here.
Oh, the aide? Aides tend to step out of bounds sometimes, and you just have to simply show them the ropes.
Indeed. Quite unimpressive, if you ask me. Though I am impressed to hear that House Olgo, is seeking more authority in Alderaan. Is that correct?
We have the strongest military on Alderaan. It should not surprise you or anyone in this room that, of course, we seek only to further the foundation upon which Alderaan's stability can still depend upon. And that is our military structure, our military might. And let's be honest, she looks towards the prince. The prince is pitiably weak. And with his mother confined to her bed, let's just be frank between two representatives. The writing's on the wall. Death is at the door, and when it enters, House Pantier will lose the only figure of true consequence that is left.
Perhaps, though, is there not something to be said for uniting with the prince in some form, seeking more powerful station for House Olgo by being a stalwart, strong ally to House Pantier as they venture down this road toward possible new leadership?
House Pantier is in the pockets of House Organa. Or maybe it's the other way around, but either way, look at him. The threads that bind our great houses will unravel swiftly once the queen dies, and Alderaan, once so dignified, will find itself in chaos. Unless, of course, my house intervenes.
And she acknowledges that, but she also says the Republic has great interest in maintaining the threads that keep Alderaan at peace, as you are aware. And I would hope that we could find common cause in that. Perhaps even unity in our shared endeavors, if we could accomplish that together.
You are quite adorable, Representative Kesvir. I don't know how much you know about the politics here on Alderaan, but it's time for strength in our leadership, and House Olgo is the only house here that has the strength to carry us into the future. I'm here to represent our interests, and while I appreciate your call for unity and your call for supporting a failing house, I simply can't see eye to eye with you.
She looks to the side of kind of the representative, almost like she's looking past her, in what I would assume would be the direction of House Wrist. And she's just gonna say, are you certain that those who have lent support to you will abide by that? You have many admirers, as I'm sure you're aware. And power begets power. Are you certain that you will not find daggers at your back should you wish to go down this treacherous path toward conflict?
Do a coercion check for me with 3 difficulty on this.
Okay, and I'm gonna use my 1 advantage for my last roll.
Nice. She goes, aren't we all targets of some sort of adversity? Even those that we call allies, you always keep an eye on those. What's the old saying? Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. Don't worry, Representative Kesvir. House Olga will stand the test of time. We're one of the oldest houses here, after all.
And Cecile acknowledges that, but she also says, I'm sure the same could be said for House Organa and House Pantier, if they were asked the same question.
Maybe. House Organa and Pantier have a very long, protracted history together. One would say they're bedfellows.
Indeed. And though, would you call yourself bedfellows with House Rist?
Well, of course. They're vassal to us, so I think it's the other way around.
That's a dangerous game. Quite dangerous, even for esteemed warriors and soldiers like House Olgo to trust in the loyalty and allyship of trained assassins.
I'm going to have you do a roll here for me. This is more like a notoriety roll for you, Cecile. I'm going to actually have you roll just a regular 1d100. And if you roll over a 50, this representative knows who you are. Okay, they don't. They go, well, your words are noted, but perhaps instead of making accusations, perhaps you should go talk to that house that you sling mud at.
I likely will, though I do want to say I appreciate the time to speak with you and understand House Olgo's position. It means a great deal, as I said prior, that with the Republic, that we can maintain peace on Alderaan. No matter whom sits upon the gilded throne, peace is the way. And with that, she'd step away.
And as you step away, she just simply lets it roll off her tongue. We all want that, dear. We all want that. So while that was going on, HX, you do make your way to the next pillar. It was a little bit of a hike or a little bit of a trek, but you manage. And here you do see the mixed colors of House Olgo and House Rist. There's about 5 people around this pillar. There's no droid there, this one. They do seem to be in conversation, so it's not like they're paying much attention to you or necessarily that pillar, but this one you feel not as confident being able to use any supporting measure to aid you with keeping a lower profile. You might be able to use their distraction of conversation to help you, but right now it's a little bit more heightened.
Going to message Cecile on her data pad. Need distraction.
Do you have your data pad on you, Cecile?
Yes, it would be on her.
Okay, and I don't know what is it silent? Do you have a beeping sound to it, or does it? I don't know if they vibrate, but
I guess it could vibrate.
okay. So here you sense a light vibration.
And she will look at her data pad, not because of HX, but because if she got a notification from the others, she'd want to know.
Okay. And what does your message say, HX, specifically about distraction? Because remember, she doesn't know where you are in this room.
Need distraction at Ludo? What were the names of the two that were the corner?
Olgo
And wrist.
Olgo and wrist.
and Cecile's gonna look at that. She's gonna kind of wrinkle her nose at that, and put her data pad away, and then she's going to she's gonna like look around like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Luau.
Like, yeah, what do
Face
you want me
things.
to do?
Do face things now.
Face things. I don't know what that means.
Face. That's what you are. You're the face, you're the talker. So
That she is talking. She just talked to House Olgo. So
Coconut bra and grass skirt luau time.
indeed.
she thinks she's thinking this is why I wanted us separated. And she's gonna
George's.
look around to see if she finds like I guess, would there be like a server or someone bringing drinks around?
Oh yeah, there's a, I don't want to say C3PO like droids, but they're very similar in design, just not exactly, because C3PO's model isn't created for another 3,000 years. But there's servers.
Okay. Okay, so she is going to, let me see. So there's a thing with drinks. Okay. She is going to she's gonna kind of go over to one of them to get, like, she's passing it by, and she's just gonna like hit it, so maybe it drops the drinks, and she keeps walking.
Okay, so go ahead and I guess roll an athletics since you're trying to be daft about it. It'll be just
Great.
one purple.
I'm very athletic.
It's one purple to run into a droid. A droid is not very nimble.
Okay. Her athletics check. That's great because she's not very athletic. Great. Failure.
Okay. You bump into the droid, but the way you bump into it is like you kind of recoil from it and doesn't move.
Yeah. She's gonna do that. Then she's gonna be like, I guess the only other thing she's gonna be like, she's gonna kind of recoil, and then she's gonna try to grab a drink, and from, I guess, whatever it's got, and maybe like as she does that, she hits over like one of the other drinks, and it would fall to the floor.
Okay. Go ahead. Because this is an act, right? So I'll have you roll 2. You can choose from 2. You can do a deception, because it's an act of trying to deceive like a group of people. Or I'll let you do like streetwise. I know that's typically like you're using like just quick wit knowledge to like react to the request. So I'll let you choose either.
Okay, and what's the difficulty?
It's just one purple again because it's just a droid. It's not like it's gonna fight you.
Okay, I'm gonna use my advantage because you never know.
Never know. I've seen really good statted dice roll tonight and
There
fails.
we go.
You do that, and one of the glass shatters across the ground, and the droid has this panic, like, "Uh-oh, what? I'm sorry, ma'am. Uh-oh, uh-oh," and it just keeps repeating that, and
Yep, and Cecile's gonna say, "Oh my, someone could get hurt," and she's gonna look back toward the House Olgo representative. She's still got a glass in her hand, and she's going to then continue on, like she's gonna head toward House Wrist.
okay. It was enough of a distraction to pull the eyes momentarily away from you, HX.
All right, slide in there and do the thing.
It'll be 3 purple this time.
I'm going to use my advantage from my previous amazing roll.
Okay.
And computers, here we go.
Woo! You got triumph too. Again, you sneak in there. That low hum goes quiet. That terminal is now turned off. And on your next computer, I'll give you a choice because this is obviously getting harder. You can choose to have that triumph work with your stealth, or you can have it you work with for your computer check.
I'm going to use to do the stealth.
Okay. All right. So narratively, I'll put that in there when you do your next one.
As soon as that one goes down, I immediately start moving to the next one.
Yeah, the moment you
We'll
start
use-
moving, House Wrist and Olgo's aides kind of like turn back to talk. So you just avoided that.
And then the other two are near what families?
You'll have House Thull, and the other corner will have House Pantir's guards. And they are more at attention.
I'll go to Pantier.
Do you want to cross behind the throne, or do you want to take the long way around?
Always the long way. I never do the shortcut.
Okay, great. So then we pan back over to Suseel.
Yep. And Cecile's now got a drink in hand, and she's approaching House Wrist.
Okay, as you approach Lady Errand Wrist, you see she has a gown that is just simply a masterpiece of craftsmanship. It's a deep four-screen silk that flows gracefully to the floor. It catches the light with every subtle movement. Across the fabric, you see lighter shades of green from delicate to almost leaf-like patterns, giving the impression of depth and texture. Accenting the verdant expanse are intricate copper and gold inlays that are woven between the hems, cuffs, and neckline. The pattern shivers faintly as she shifts, highlighting her stature and signaling wealth and sophistication without ostentation. She has a high collar, and its fitted bodice emphasizes her refined silhouette, while the skirt kind of flares slightly, offering both elegance and freedom. Her hair is also pinned up in with delicate copper combs, giving a few soft strands to frame her face, and her minimum jewelry, a slender golden bracelet, and a pair of small copper accented earrings that just enhance her ensemble without distracting from it. And yeah, go ahead. How are you going to approach her?
Let's see. I'm debating. There's a few things. What? I wonder, could she do? I don't know. Looking around as she's approaching, like, is anyone paying attention to her?
She has a couple aides around her. Yep.
So there are people, paying attention to Cecile as she approaches.
Go ahead and give me perception just to see if you pick that up. It'll be 1 purple.
1 purple, okay. 1 purple, and no advantage this time. I'm just trying to see how many eyes are on her at this moment. Disadvantage.
You're not sure.
Okay.
But I'll say the advantage here is you're not overcome by a lot of past shit right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's gonna approach, and she's got, again, the glass in hand, and she doesn't like come as close, I think, to the other as to Lady Errand as she did the others, for a couple of reasons. Probably because there are people that are close to her, but also because of the dress. So she kind of gives a little bit more space as she approaches, and she just says, "Well, my lady, you are quite well dressed for such an occasion."
When she looks at you, it is with the coldest gaze that anyone has ever given you in your entire life, and you've had many gazes on you. It's like her eyes suddenly are like daggers just piercing through you. And her words, when they come out, almost have like a venomous touch to them. It's just like, fascinating. Truly, that you have the audacity to waltz before me after flagrantly disregarding all the gifts that I placed in your path.
Teal just listens, but she says, and me being present here, isn't that the greatest gift of all that you've given me?
To imagine that you're betting yourself with the Republic, I think that grants you the strength to stand here unscathed before me. My dear Kesvir, truly, you haven't forgotten what I once told you about revenge. It's not a tempest. Oh no, it is subtle, insidious, and those who betray discover far too late that it spares no one and forgets nothing.
And she just stands there, and with the drink in hand, she's like, so do you want this drink?
No, and I have nothing more to say to you.
And she just kind of stands there. Nothing. You have nothing to say to me. So you have nothing to comment on in regards to House Pantier and your relationship with House Olgo, and oh, of course, House Thul and their position at this time. Nothing at all. No, nothing to bide my time with.
Not to a Gundark like you.
That's quite disappointing.
Isn't it?
But I guess we both can look at each other and be disappointed, can't we?
Yes, you're such a protege, and you ruined it and threw it away. I wish you the best, Suseel. But remember, keep your eyes open.
She says, my eyes are always open.
At least you took one lesson from me.
But the only joy I get out of this is that at the end of the day, no matter what happens to me, you lost. You lost your blood. You lost the would-be son that you could make your own. He's gone. And that gives me just enough joy to walk away from here and not have to look back.
I think with that, you definitely can give a. I'm going to have you do. I'll let you choose. You can do coercion, or we'll even use charm in a different way. Because we'll let it be more of a subtle like jab. So you can either use that either one.
Okay, she would use coercion.
Okay.
How many difficult?
For her, right now, because she loathes you anyways, we're going to say it's a 4 purple because you are trying to get under her skin when she's already got this immutable like defense toward you as a person.
Okay, 4 purple, and then I'm going to use my advantage for my last roll. And that's going to be coercion. Of course.
Oh, Suseel, my brat of a child. It was good to see. He managed to get his own wings and fly the nest. He'll be back home eventually. All my little birdies come back home.
He won't come back. And I'm never coming back. You've lost, and you'll just have to live and die with that. And with that, she's going to walk away.
Okay. So as you do, she doesn't approach you any further, of course. And we pan over to HX. You are now...
Okay, I'm going to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, you're approaching the House Pantier section of this. And you notice the guards don't, like, turn their heads. They're very British, like, defending mode, like at the palace. They just look straight. But they're very close to that pillar you need to engage with.
And using my triumph from last time, is there a section where I could go between them and they're looking out on the essentially looking out on the room?
Thankfully, they're far away from the wall that you could probably get behind them as you're approaching. There is like a banner that goes from the very top of the ceiling. It's a massive banner all the way down that you potentially could use to hide behind.
I will attempt to hide behind said banner and making sure I'm checking their eye lines and where they can see.
This was going to be a 3 purple difficulty, but with your triumph, I'm making it a 2. And because you're using the banner to your advantage, I will give you a blue die as well. This is probably the hardest corner, by the way.
Here we go for stealth.
Oh boy. Okay. As you're trying to get behind this heavy banner, you make enough noise that one of the guards looks over to you and goes, "Droid, what are you doing?"
Checking.
4?
Internal security.
He looks you over and goes, "Get back to your master."
Cecile's
Roger.
going to approach.
Wait, what?
I said that would be a great time for Cecile to approach.
Yeah. What are you going to do, HX?
I said Roger and turned around
Okay.
and walking away like nothing happened.
Okay. They go back to attention. It's like Assassin's Creed. You get that little yellow mark above their head.
I was thinking more Solid Snake, but I failed the box.
Yeah, that too.
I'll continue around to the last one. This will be my last one that I do.
Okay. We'll say at this time, what happens is a loud voice breaks over the audience, and you hear, "Representatives of the great houses, members of the Republic, you know why you have been called here, so I will be candid and direct." And at that time, literally everybody in the room looks forward, because this voice is loud. It's being amplified by some sort of electronic device, and it continues to go on. "My mother's throne will not be plucked from Pantier's hands. It will remain where it belongs. I am not some idle child to be watched while would-be usurpers peer through the hedges prying for a chance." This is where Prince Gall's Pantier's voice is just ringing so clear, and it's youthful. It's edged with steel. "I suspect foul play. My mother's illness did not come upon her by mere misfortune. It smells of artifice. A scheme woven by someone in this very chamber. And when I have proof, I will lay it bare without hesitation and pursue it with unrelenting zeal. Mark my words, as prince and heir, I will see the crown served justice." Cecile, in this moment, you watch Lady Errand risk because you're walking away from her. She actually, you hear that tapping of her heels echo across the hall, and she goes, "So, you would rule by tyranny? You would enforce injustice. You would enforce justice and law at the whim of your own fervor without heed of counsel or tradition? That is not the way of Alderaanians. My prince, even you, heir of Pantir, remain bound to the deliberations of the noble houses. Speak such reckless notions, and you flirt not with ambition, but the civil war. Surely you do not intend such chaos." Here, Prince Gaul steps forward, his jaw tightening. He has this flash of impatience sharpening his youthful features. "Of course, such prickly words come from a house whose name is not untouched by rumor. Tell me this. Would you not demand justice if it were proven my mother had been assassinated, if her illness was a design and not by fate?" And you hear Lady Wrist. She speaks up. "You presume far too much, my prince. You clutch at straws where none exist. You imagine your mother so infallible that she could not fall to the frailties of nature itself. Foolish. And here you stand, chest puffed, in issuing declarations without so much as a shred of proof. Would you have us act with such haste, speak judgments where no evidence supports them? Child, it seems you have sorely neglected your lessons in both prudence and patience." House Ulgo now steps forward. The representative of House Risk speaks the truth. "I must ask, why should we place any faith in the counsel of an untested prince? You stand there chastising your elders as though you possess decades of experience, as though your mere judgment could steer Alderaan. Child, I was shaping alliances and commanding respect while you were still fumbling in your diapers." A faint, scornful smile definitely curls across House Ulgo's lips. And then Dantier Orzario steps forward. He says, "Please, everyone," as he raises his hands in the air, "let us remain composed. There is clearly a great deal of tension in this chamber, and perhaps too much judgment passed hastily on all sides. I ask that we maintain civility and order. We are the great houses of Alderaan. Let us not forget our duty to decorum and be an example we are meant to set." This is where Thul finally speaks. So, "Just like an Organa to wear the masks of superiority, pretending they are above the rest of us. That said, I must agree with House Ulgo. The prince is hardly suitable for the weight of such a position." This is where a pause happens, but even if anyone were to motion forward, Prince Pantir's eyes flash with such a disdain towards what's happening here. He looks to House Thul and says, "House Thul is not recognized as a voice among the other great houses. Your family has been exiled, and with that exile came the loss of such rights. You were granted a place here today only because I extended a moment of pity, nothing more." And everyone starts bickering amongst each other, Suseel. And this is where House Organa's representative looks to you, seemingly awaiting you to say or do something here.
Cecile kind of steps forward a little bit, and she sets the glass she was holding to the side, and she speaks in a higher voice than she usually does, and as she addresses the prince first, and she's gonna be like, "Crown Prince, I am not of noble birth or line, but I've spent most of my life here in Alderaan, and I have been in this beacon of politics as a representative before, and I've seen the games that are played, and everything you see here, as you know, is but a game. everyone here, and she looks around to each representative, has their own priority, has their own objective they're trying to reach. And it is you who must unite these fracturing houses. It is House Pantier who must be the unity. And she looks over to House Organa and says, House Organa plays a fundamental role in binding us, trying to orchestrate peace. But you must look to your other houses for strength as well. House Olgo is the backbone of strength for Alderaan. And we must think of Alderaan as a planet, as a civilization that is not without its admirers off-world. There are many who would seek to encourage chaos for their own gain. This beacon of peace and prosperity, is it really so easily going to be broken? Chaos benefits no one here. Chaos does not benefit House Thul, who seeks to find a place here, and she addresses that. But what hope does House Thul have to find a place here if they do not seek out alliances and goodwill? They do not have a path forward if they do not. And House Wrist, and she looks over to Lady Errand. They have great knowledge and great power, but they also need strong guidance and a strong leader to lead their house and lead all of the houses toward prosperity. Chaos benefits no one. And in my position representing the Republic, I cannot deny that the chaos that would come should this planet devolve into civil war would shaken the Republic to its core. And so I ask all of you, do you all want that chaos? Do you all want the uncertainty in your own houses and the uncertainty of your families? Is that the future that Alderaan seeks? Or do we want certainty? Do we want unity? And there is only one path toward unity, and that is with everyone coming together, supporting one another, finding where they can support one another. Perhaps more private and more deliberate negotiations need take place than in this gilded hall. Perhaps we need to consider things in a more private matter going forward. And with that, she steps back.
All right, go ahead. This is probably going to be the hardest roll we've ever had. You're going to roll coercion with 5 purple dice. The highest difficulty, because you are trying to convince 3 houses with 3 unique interests to back a prince they all view extremely weak.
Okay, and she's going to use her advantage from her last roll. And I'm going to use a light side die.
Okay. Good luck. This is the hardest roll we've had ever, so. Damn! Good job! You got even a critical in there. Okay. So in this moment, you hear House Organa's representative say, "Hear, hear. The representative from the Republic speaks truth. Heed her words. Alderaan's strong because we are united, that we follow a single banner, and we understand the strength is not just the crown, but the unity between our houses. Let's not forget that." And House Olgo at this moment takes a moment and looks to you, Suseel, and goes, "We concede for now. We will abide by the ancient laws that have set us together, and we will kowtow for the time being, if things to move forward, and the Crown Prince is still the Crown Prince at the end of the day. House Thul definitely takes a moment, but with a success and a critical success, they go, House Thul will, for the time being, see if we can cooperate with the other houses to find a mandate and a path for us to rejoin Alderaan. And we hope for success. And then House Wrist. She was the hardest one for you. But in this moment, she can see how this is playing out. And she goes, as always, House Wrist will always do what's in the best interest of Alderaan. And currently, the best interest of Alderaan is to continue with the ancient laws that are set forth before us and those who preceded us. We will abide by these outcome of the discussions at hand. And the Crown Prince nods, and he asks everyone to come closer, as he'd like to discuss with the houses. But the representative Organa pulls you aside and goes, okay, well, you've done your part. We might need to help HX here. He indicates the two pillars, and you notice that when you look at each of the pillars, you notice one faint detail that no one else in this chamber has noticed yet, is that two of them have a slight light source coming from them, and there's two that are darkened out. There's one corner specifically that you can see where HX probably would have had issues with, and that's where the guards are. The other corner actually is clearing out now. So HX might not have any problems with that corner he's going to now, at least with stealth. But you do notice that there is one major obstacle there in that corner.
Okay, so she knows the one major obstacle is the Pantier guards, right?
Yes, they're not moving from their post. And you can see why. It's not necessarily the pillar, it's the door that's behind them that they're guarding.
Okay. I think as others approach, she's going to shift her direction that way toward the guards.
Okay. HX, as this transpired, you do make it to the other pillar, but I will say you make it to the pillar before half of that conversation went on. So there's no one around that pillar anymore. The prince grabbed their attention. So all you have to worry about is the computer check on this one.
Okay.
This one's 4 purple die.
Okay, I'm going to jam the data spike into it.
You jam it in, and you do hear like a light snap sound. It's like electrical, like current discharge. And now the difficulty goes from 4 to 2.
I'm going to use my amazing advantage from my failed stealth roll to help me in this computer's check.
Okay.
Embarrassment does drive success.
Absolutely. Even droids can get embarrassed. You succeed. You manage to power down that pillar without any further issues.
All right, then I will swing around towards the last and final pillar, see if I can find Suseel and Organa if they're over there.
Well, now, as the conversation's coming to an end, you finally do get around there, but you also notice Suseel is actually heading in the same direction as you. You don't know why she's heading towards the Pantier guards, but you do notice that she is already on her way there.
All right, I will watch and see what she does and try to follow lead.
Okay. Suseel, as you approach the guards, they don't say anything, and you just watch their eyes shift to you.
Cecile's going to look at them and says, apologies. May I have not been in this palace quite as often as some. Does that door lead somewhere I could go?
It does not, ma'am. This is the royal chambers. No one is allowed or permitted beyond this point.
Quite understandable. I was also concerned about the security of the crown prince, with all of the she clears her throat, with all of the commotion. And she just gestures over there. Would it be in best interest to provide slight more bit of security?
While you're doing this, go ahead and I'll let you roll deception on this because you are trying to deceive them to give HX. Now I said HX an opportunity here. It'll be, we'll say 3 difficulty because they're trained. They're a little more heightened to little nuances.
Okay, and I'm going to use another light side point.
Okay.
So that was deception.
Deception. Okay. So as Suseel's talking about this with the guards, you see an opportunity to try to sneak by them, HX. If you do, you'll get, it'll be a lower difficulty. It'll be only a 1 purple, and you'll get a blue die too.
All right, I'll take advantage of that and attempt stealth.
Go for it. Okay, I will say, because you neither failed or succeeded outright, I will say because you had 2 advantages, you do manage to get by them. There is a moment where Suseel feels like she's going to lose them. So I'm going to have her roll a coercion to try to pull them back before they turn around towards the banner you're hiding behind. It'll be just a 2 difficulty there, Suseel, on this one. Because you already have their attention, so it lowered.
Okay, I'm going to use my 1 advantage for my last roll.
Okay, you succeed. As you saw them, you got a little hesitant, like, oh shit, and then you managed to pull them back into the conversation with you. So HX, you are now at the pillar undetected. This one, our second hardest roll of our entire sessions, is on 5 purple.
Okay, I'm going to immediately data spike it, so it's going to be 3.
Yep.
Going to use my advantage from my amazing stealth roll to assist in jacking into the computer and taking over.
Go for it.
I will also use a light side just to make sure it goes through.
That's wise because I was about to use a dark side, so good job. Nice. Wow. Not just advantages all up, but you got a triumph in there too. It's cool. You succeed.
Excellent.
Once that power's down, you notice on the back side of the throne, another pillar lights up, but it's like the same height as the throne, so it's very easy to have bypassed it. It was very well disguised. It's built to look like it's part of the throne, but you notice that there is literally a console on the back side of the prince's throne. The final console.
All right, I'm going to find my way the best I can, avoiding direct route and trying to figure out if anybody else noticed, 1, and 2, if I can get to it.
Suseel, you see the success. You watch HX moving again behind the banner. And the direct and indirect path probably is safest just to go right to the back of the throne now where you are. And you notice that he's moving towards the back of the throne at this point, and you know that there is a large crowd looking in that direction, but you're hoping most of their eyes are on the prince, not on what's behind the prince.
Okay, so where she is, where Suseel is currently, is this looking away from the prince and looking like behind, like everyone be looking toward? I don't know where she is in proximity to the prince.
You are in the back left-hand corner of this room, which is the back left-hand corner of the throne. So you are actually on the side of the prince right now, the right side.
Okay, and he's trying to go the opposite way?
Nope, he's going towards the prince because the pillar is built
Okay.
into the back
So
of the throne.
So he's like moving. So he's on the same side as her. He's just moving toward the prince.
Right. Because even if he went the long way, it would still be the same thing. He'd be walking behind the throne. So either, yeah, the direct path at this moment is probably the best for him.
Okay. So, all right. So, Jesus, I think she's just kind of like very not happy. Okay. So she needs to try to draw people's eyes away and to her, potentially. So she's going to finish her conversation with the guards. And then she's going to kind of move, not she's to the side, the right side or whatever, the throne. She's going to move away from that and more toward, I think, kind of where she was standing before when she was speaking. And she's going to look, which I guess would be closer to like facing where the throne is and where everyone's kind of up front. So she's behind them. She's behind like the people who have come to like approach the throne area or approach closer. And she's gonna take another glass from a droid, and then she's just going to kind of what is she gonna do? She's going to do everything in her power to make the droid fall over with all the glasses. Okay.
And I'll explain once I spend it.
Okay, how much is this 2 difficulty or what is the difficulty?
All right, so I'll set this up for you. So as you're moving towards the droid, you watch Lady Wrist look in your direction. She tugs on one of her aides, and the aide actually is going to try to intercept you because you're doing one of the oldest tricks in the book, and she has a feeling you're up to something. Because why aren't you with the rest of the nobles right now? She doesn't know what you're up to. She just knows you're up to something, and she doesn't like it. So that's where the expenditure of that is.
So where's the aide right now? Is the aide likely going to intercept her?
Yes. Well, no. So this is where that dice roll is going to come in. So it's going to upgrade your difficulty from 2 purple. So if you just upgrade it, it will make one of your purple die a red die. And that's it.
Okay. She's got a backup plan if this doesn't work. So if she fails, there'll be another thing if she fails hitting it over.
Okay.
Okay, so how many difficulty is it again? And it's a red die?
Yeah, you don't have to add the red die. Just hit the upgrade button on that right side and it'll upgrade the purple.
Okay, 2 purple, 1 upgrade, and then I'm going to use my 1 advantage. And this was athletics.
Yep.
Oh, I think I rolled the wrong athletics last time. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, here we go. Okay. So she did not knock the thing over. Does that mean she was intercepted?
So I'll explain it. So what happens is the aide, they don't know you're going for the droid. Let me put it that way. But the aide does intercept you and they go, Lady Kesvir, why don't you join us up at the front?
Okay, this is it. This is what she's been waiting for. as the aide approaches him, Cecile's trying to think of her backup plan, which she's kind of had in her possession for a little bit. So she is going to, let me look at what she's got in her inventory. I'm trying to look at what it does first, real quick. Sorry.
No worries.
She is going to inject herself as the aide approaches her. And she's going to try to do this like she was injected by this aide. She is going to inject a sleep pack in her.
Okay, so because you're trying to do this in like a very stealthy way, it's not going to be a stealth roll. You're actually going to use skullduggery because you're trying to do a sleight of hand to make it look like this aide is the one that did this to you. This will be 2 difficulty. The reason why it's not higher is because there's not a lot of people that have their eyes on you right now. So.
Okay, cool. So it's skullduggery. Let's see what that one is. Okay, and then I've got 1 advantage, and I'm gonna use a light side.
Okay. Might as
'Cause
well.
I definitely want to put myself to sleep, apparently.
Well, you're going to put yourself to sleep. It's just whether people are going to believe that the aide did that.
Okay. Okay, here we go. This is the fun part. Boom.
Okay. Oh, you got threat 2. Okay, so this is what's going to play out. As you do that, we will say that House Organa believes that the aide did it. Also, House Thull believes that the aide from House Rist did it. However, House Ulgo, the Crown Prince, and we'll say, obviously, House Rist, don't believe the aide did it. And now, as you fall down into a slumbering state, you hear House Organa say, "Treachery! House Rist, what are you doing? You're not allowed to do this in a form like this, attacking another representative." And then the Crown Prince, like, "I didn't see anything, House Organa. It looked like she just collapsed there." And then House Thull actually remains quiet. They don't want to invest in this. Even though they believe that House Rist did this, they're just like, that's not part of their interests. They don't care at this moment. But I will say that is part of the threat. If you had an advantage, I was going to let an aide actually go, "You should do this. This would be beneficial. This would like play in favor for the Organas." And then House Ulgo and House Risco, "This is preposterous. Of course House Organa is going to throw baseless claims towards us of House Rist." And at this moment, HX, go ahead and do your... this computer check isn't a computer check at all. You actually only have to accomplish a stealth roll and inserting the device to accomplish this. The stealth roll for you was going to be 3 difficulty, but it is now reduced to just 1 because this distraction was resounding. And that I'm giving that because Thull didn't support Cecile's roll. I'm giving you a bonus because of that action. Kind of like the
Roger.
dice.
I will use
narrative.
my advantage and triumph from last computers to make the stealthiest roll ever.
Thankfully, the advantages that you rolled are enough to not give you away. And you get to the back of the throne and you do see like a box type insert for what looks to be hard drive, but currently there is a hard drive already in there.
Is there any kind of interface?
There's no interface per se. It looks like this is a terminal for collecting data, utilizing that hard drive. So that thing that you have is it's more like a storage device, and you usually use that storage device to keep it isolated from main systems. And then when you're ready to review the data on that, you would pull it out and insert it into an actual like console that actually you can type commands into. The one that you have to replace that actually has a transmitter built into it that will transmit information to House Organa.
And I can do a quick swap and there will be no power situations
None at all.
or alarms. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch it out, close it back up, and walk towards the wall.
Okay. The moment you put that in, you are the only one that notices the other pillars power back up. Every single one lights up. And because of Suseel's remarkable distraction of using herself as a device, no one even notices. Your system is connected and your mission is accomplished. Now for Suseel, there is a lot of fighting going on around her. Enough fighting that the Pantier guards actually move forward and form a perimeter around the prince. And they start actually dispersing the audience. And while there is now contention, and House Thal does believe House Rist was involved in this act, the lines were divided. And that's where that story threat comes into for Suseel's role, is that half the group believes what happened and half of them don't really know what happened with Suseel. And because it's so chaotic, so close to the prince, they can't give enough time to actually investigate it properly, because the crown prince's life could potentially be in danger. So these guards are actually slowly pushing away from the prince to disperse the nobles. And as Lady Rist moves towards Suseel, she kneels down and pretends that she trips, which I will actually be rolling for this. This is scary. Okay. Actually have to use just a regular dice here. So, let's see. She has to do an athletics here, which obviously her athletics is probably not the best. Also going to use a dark side point as well. I'm going to upgrade one of her dice. Doing this intentionally. She's going to get 2 purple die. Actually, she'll get 3, because she'll get 3 with a blue die, because the blue die will, because it's so chaotic now, everyone's moving out, to try to do this feint of a trip. She does succeed. She falls on top of you, Suseel. And in this moment, she takes that syringe that she notices on the ground, and she looks at you over, and she sits over you for a moment with a look that says, "This would be so simple." And she kind of moves her hand over your throat, kind of just gently caressing it between her thumb and her pointer finger, as if she wanted to choke you. But then she realizes she doesn't have the time, or would she get away with it? So she just stands up and says, "Thank you," as one of her aides kind of help her up, and she moves on. Thankfully, in this moment, and this is where the threat comes into handy for you, Suseel, you're not trampled by the crowd that is literally being pushed back away from the prince. Like, all care is out the window right now because of the chaos that has been surrounding the prince. They're trying to get people out of here and lock down this chamber. The nobles kind of hurry along. Some of them are saying how ridiculous this is, how the Republic is playing coy, but then other people are saying house wrist. You can never trust house wrist. They're always up to some sort of scheme, always trying to do something to sway things in their motion. It's a lot of back and forth about how this played out. But the one big thing you have in your moment is House Pantier believes you, or believes the act of that House Wrist did set this into motion, with House Organa and House Thull, even though House Thull is a quiet partner in all this. House Ulgo, House and House Wrist obviously aren't playing part of this, but because of how this happened, how this transpired, it's chaos. Eventually, the chamber's cleared out. The only two people that are remaining here, well, when I say people, I mean people, not just HX, are House Organa, its representative, you, Suseel, and HX. The guards didn't push Organa out because Organa is a very close ally to House Pantier. And the crowned prince looks to Organa and says, "Is she all right?" And of course, House Organa kneels down to you and attempts to shake you awake. I'm not sure that will work because it is a drug. He's like, "I'm not sure. She's not moving. She's not responding." He looks over to HX. Do you have it? Do you know how to assist her?
Roger, clear her to the ship, and over time it should leave.
What should leave?
Whatever substance she's involved with.
I was hoping you knew. He looked down, looks at Suseel, and he lifts her. He's not just a scrawny guy just because he's an ambassador. He lifts her. He's like, this is a mess. This is gonna cause a lot of problems for us. It looked like House Thull believes it's House Wrist, but because they're lacking admission, I'm not sure how this is gonna stand in front of the courts. Damn it. Pentier's crown prince steps forward. He's like, "It's fine. That'll be a problem for another day. Right now, I have to go see to my mother." The Organa representative has this disappointed look on his face as he looks at the crown prince, like he wants this resolved now, like it should be resolved now and not wait. But he resigns himself because, again, he doesn't have his security to back him, and he is amidst his power base, the prince's, and he's like, "I understand, Your Majesty. I will report what I can find, and I should get her back to her ship." And he just looks and gives a nod, and the guards take the crown prince toward the royal chamber area. But there's a pause, so if you wanted to interact with him at any point, HX, you're allowed. You can.
Nope, I'm good.
They escort him into the chamber, and Organa walks Suseel towards the exit, kind of being mindful that you might follow if you don't, but he's hoping you do. Out of the meeting hall. Are you following HX?
Sorry, say again.
Will you be following the Organa representative?
Yes, and I'm assuming Cecile will be with us.
Yes, Suseel is being carried out right now by the Organa representative, who actually hands her off to his security.
I'm going to continue out to the ship. Mission complete.
I got messed up here. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I messed up a little. Okay, so at this moment, Cecile, you're taken to the ship with HX, and it's clear that you're probably not going to be awake anytime soon. And with that, I will say that will be your guys' scene for now. We won't pick up the next scene with Oola, Carek, and Ni-Ella till our next session. We will start with them. It will be a bit longer of a session for them to go through that scene with them of everything that transpired with them and the listening outpost. So we'll probably dedicate a couple hours for sure in the beginning for them. And yeah, that's where we will end tonight's session is with Cecile being knocked out and HX following with Organa back into the low orbital vessel.
That was fun.
Nobody died. Big win.
Nobody
Survive for
died.
another day.
Yep.
Good usage of light side points. Let's just throw that out there.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
light side points were helpful.
Those were some very exciting rolls.
Yep, because they worked like they needed to.
Reason why I wanted to stop. Pick up his wife. I don't want him to miss the big session with you guys. So
All right, sounds good.
Sounds like a good stopping point.
congratulations for surviving Cecile and HX. Some of them could have been interesting, but you guys rolled well, and the light side was used appropriately. So good job.
Cecile's gonna have some comments for HX just because it's like, I did a lot of distracting for you.
Hey.
Knock herself out.
He's not an assassin droid. He's not sneaky.
I should be sneakier than my rolls made out.
Great job, guys. And next weekend, we will have the review for this session, and we will have our first Daggerheart campaign session. So that will be fun.